Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This is Michelle, your today host for the conference. It is an honor for me to welcome you all to this 11th Global Brand Protection Innovation Program 2021. Thank you all for joining this virtual meeting. And I would like to start this conference by wishing you and your families my personal best for your health and safety in these difficult times. If you're attending this event for the first time or you have been a part of our conferences before, I believe and I'm pretty much sure that your experience at the Global Brand Protection Conference 2021 will be valuable and protective. Our conferences have a reputation among delegates and suppliers as a must-attend event, and I'm sure that the highly focused business development opportunity through the Cutting Edge Conference program and the numerous networking opportunities will all contribute to a successful and an enjoyable event for all of us. Before moving ahead, I would like to thank our esteemed sponsor partners. Without them, this event could not be possible. It is our privilege to have Apuria Sol, Authentics, and Mosaic for sponsoring this event. On behalf of Platinum Global Solution, I would like to thank you all. And I would like to start this conference by introducing our speaker lineup for today, which include in session 1, we have Anubhav Jain. He is a global brand protection manager from Amazon. In session 2, we have Philip Van Gill. He is a director illicit trade and Prevention Africa and Duty Free from Philip Morris International. In session 3, we have Guadalupe Gracia Crespo. She is a head of IP, and Juan Sichero, who is a head of brand protection from Marquito Libra, Argentina. In session 4, we have Judith Van Dumast. She is a trademark attorney legal from Friesland Campania. And in session 5, we have Luis Alberto Barberini. He is an operation manager at Bayer. We have a very interesting presentation at session 6 from Ken Thursby. He's a digital transformation project lead from MST. Patrick Meher, he is senior operational manager at Novesta, and Alberto Lupus Martin, he's an innovation manager at INCM Lab. In session 7, we have Jaroslaw Janowiski. He is a journal manager and lead counsel Asia from Siemens. And we will end our conference with a very interesting and a must-listen panel discussion from Philip Van Gils, Director Illicit Trade and Prevention Africa and Duty Free from Philip Morris International. Whitney Rajit Brunana Kul, she is a legal director from L'Oreal, and Deborata Chaudhry, who is a legal director anti-counterfeit from Nestle. That is for the speaker lineup, and I hope we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt to further improve our work in this important area. Now, our opening presenter for today's conference is Anubhav Jain, who is a global brand protection manager from Amazon. His point of view will be on brand protection initiatives by online marketplaces. He will be with us within few minutes. Stay connected. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Anubhav Jain. Hello, Anubhav. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for having me here.
We welcome you at our conference and thank you so much for being a part of our conference. I request you to please share your screen so that you start your presentation.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Perfect. Okay, now you can start your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you for inviting me as part of this August event and deliver this address. I'm the Global Brand Relations Manager for Amazon for Asia Pacific and also operating in Middle East markets. At Amazon, we work closely with brands and with intellectual property owners to ensure that brands are able to effectively protect their intellectual property on Amazon marketplaces. Today, I'll speak about how Amazon works closely with large, medium, and small companies and what tools are made available to them in order to protect their intellectual property and also to protect themselves from the unfair competition given by the bad actors. I'll start with customer obsession. At the outset, Amazon strives to be Earth's most customer-centric company, where people can find virtually anything they want to buy. As a customer-focused company, we work hard to earn and maintain that customer trust. That means making sure that customers know that when they shop on Amazon, they are choosing from authentic and safe products. We are committed to give customers the best shopping experience, and keeping that trust is something that drives us to constantly improve and develop means and tools to protect brands' intellectual property on our marketplaces. We are proud to deliver vast, genuine selection at low prices and convenience to delight the customers. And brands are a critical element to that process. And what we have learned is that the more closely we work with brands, the better they are protected on Amazon. So let me quickly go to how brands are protected on Amazon and what is our 360-degree approach to brand protection. At Amazon, we seek to be a leader in our worldwide fight against counterfeiting and infringements. Our mission is to remove counterfeit listings from our stores, leveraging upon the information we receive from the intellectual property owners. With that in mind, let me share with you a few unique innovations that we have derived, including Amazon Brand Registry. Uh, Amazon Brand Registry is our basic tool that brands use to report infringements. And that basically ties in the strengths of a number of other tools that I'm going to talk about. The first of such tool is automated brand protection. What is automated brand protection? ABP basically identifies and removes suspected infringements on its own. It is based on machine learning. Second is report a violation tool, which is basically helping the brands report any violation to Amazon using brand registry. The third is an unprecedented tool called Project Zero, which gives brands a lot of power to remove counterfeits themselves without complaining to Amazon. And for that, they have to use this self-service tool. The fourth is Amazon IP Accelerator. IP Accelerator provides a curated network of law firms which brands can use to file and protect their IP. And the fifth is transparency, which is basically a product serialization service that uniquely identifies the products and also helps protect their brands against the products not flowing from the company. What is the scale we are talking about here? Amazon has got hundreds of millions of customers who know that when they are shopping on Amazon, they are basically choosing from authentic, safe, and high quality products. And at the other end of the spectrum is sellers or the selling partners. We are constantly devising technology to ensure that it is easy for these sellers to drive and grow their business on Amazon. That said, we also ensure that we stop bad actors and allow only the safe products should be sold to our on our marketplace. Let's talk about machine learning, which Amazon uses at an unprecedented level to protect brands. Talking about machine learning tools, in order to identify risk signals, we are employing some of the most advanced machine learning capabilities in the world. These tools include uh, basically certain behavioral signals that helps risk evaluation. Um, what basically these tools do is they stop bad actors even before they are able to list their products on Amazon. And this approach to machine learning has got multiple benefits as compared to a human approach. Number one is that basically, you know, usage of machine learning approach helps us to work on a massive scale that I was speaking about. And secondly, it helps us recognize and prevent those patterns of bad behavior, which are non-obvious to human beings. Um, so as we set up our system, we start with account verification. We look at the seller qualifications. We verify names and identities of the sellers. We verify the documents and competence of these sellers to service our customers. All this information is very helpful for machine learning tools as it becomes the feeding data. What we have learned is that bad actors engaged in selling counterfeits are smart, and they tend to provide these fake documents and identities at the time of seller enrollment. So how do we stop that? Uh, how do we stop these bad actors from getting listed on Amazon? What we do is that we use all these hundreds and sometimes thousands of behavioral signals, such as IP address, the device used by the seller for listing and selling, various selling patterns and behaviors, etc. And we then feed all this information into machine learning tool that combines all these signals, and then they automatically stop the seller from selling their products on Amazon. All right, let me talk about Amazon Brand Registry. Uh, I'll give you an overview of how Brand Registry works, Report a Violation tool works, and Project Zero works. So as you are all aware that Amazon basically gives customers and brands an opportunity to complain uh, against any potential counterfeits using the so-called notice and takedown form, which is publicly available on Amazon websites. But apart from that particular uh, takedown form, we have also made available an additional free tool called Amazon Brand Registry. It is a free service to help brands protect their intellectual property on Amazon marketplaces. This tool gives IP owners tremendous control over Amazon product display pages that use their brand names. And because of this, customers are more likely to see the correct information associated with their brands. Using Amazon Brand Registry, brands also receive better control over their photos, videos, and other information about their brands on Amazon product display detail pages. Brand Registry also provides for powerful search and report tools. How do these tools work? It basically simplifies the process of finding potential infringements. There are options of global searches, meaning thereby that if you are aware that there is that you need to search for a potential infringement on Amazon across the world, all you need to do is to have a global search at one place in Amazon Brand Registry. You can even do an image search. You can also do a bulk ASIN search. They are all available within the tool. And after you complete the search, Brand Registry provides for a simple and guided workflow to submit a report of potential infringement to us. After that report gets submitted to us, the investigator investigates the complaint and is able to remove the infringing listing. What is the scale we are talking about? How does Amazon protect these brands on a massive scale. We get very excited when we talk about brand registry as a tool and as a free service to brands. And this is because we see customers are increasingly becoming aware and brands are increasingly getting benefit by using it. In the last about 4 years, over 500,000 brands have enrolled worldwide for brand registry. And these brands have seen 99% fewer cases of suspected counterfeit infringements on our marketplaces. For every one notice of infringement that brands have reported to us, we have removed more than 100 suspect listings proactively, which just shows how proactive we are in relation to removing even the suspect listings. Our global investigators work 24/7 to remove these counterfeits, acting on the notices of potential infringements. At Amazon, what we often say is it's still day one. This day one theory reflects upon our mentality to continue to innovate and find compelling ways to delight our customers and partners. Despite the success we have received using these tools, we continue to innovate and find newer ways to make the tools better and more user-friendly for the brands. Let me quickly talk about how automated brand protection works at Amazon. As I said before, ABP identifies and removes suspected infringements on its own. It is based on machine learning. Talking about machine learning tools, in order to identify these risk signals, we employ some of the most advanced machine learning capabilities in the world. The first is, as I said, ABP, which uses unique data that brands provide to us. Now, what kind of data brands provide to us? It is, for example, the category details, the manufacturing details, the images of their products, text, etc. This data then allows us to create customized rules for brands. The more a brand tells us about their brand and intellectual property, the more we will be able to help them by giving enhanced levels of protection. I'll clarify this with an example. ABP tool will help to identify a listing which is not of your brand, but it contains your trademark. So there is a potential infringement there. Or another example will be ABP tool will try to find all those images that contain your logo or your artwork, even if it is for a product that does not carry your brand name. So certain bad actors do not display your brand name on the product display pages, but they use your logo on the images if it is a potential infringement. In those cases, ABP tool will basically identify and remove the suspected listings on its own. This has been very successful and has brought us today to a point where for every single notice of infringement submitted by brands, we have about 100 suspected counterfeit listings removed using this tool. I'll quickly talk about how Report a Violation tool works. And this image on the screen shows one of the interfaces of that particular tool. As the name suggests, brands use this particular tool in order to report infringements or violations to us basis sample purchases made by them or basis their own objective determination that the product offered may be a counterfeit. It simplifies the process of finding and reporting the suspect infringements. It uses a simple search mechanism which allows the brand to locate the infringement. As I said before, you can do a text search or an image-based search, which can identify infringing offers or images. It allows for a global search also. So you do not need to navigate to different marketplaces in order to search. You can do a global search at one place. And after you submit the infringing or the potential infringing listings, it gets routed to an Amazon investigator who then investigates the case and takes action, and if required, will remove the infringement or the seller. RAV tool basically has also got a unique submission history page, which lists all complaints and reports made by you in the past months. And using that, you can see the status of your complaint, whether the same is accepted or partially accepted or pending. This image basically shows a drop-down feature on report a violation. Previously, brands were only able to see their trademark, uh, their trademark number and mark type in the drop-down. There are certain enhancements that we have done recently, which allows the brands to see additional information about their trademarks, such as the thumbnail version of the images they have uploaded into brand registry for design marks and corresponding trademark office that the mark is registered with, for example, USPTO or EUIPO, etc. This particular image shows that within each complaint ID, you can now see additional information such as the seller details, the trademark details, the submitter details, etc. So this tool we have made even more user-friendly of late. Let me quickly talk about transparency. What is transparency? Transparency is a retailer or agnostic item level tracing service, which helps brands to proactively identify and prevent counterfeits reaching our customers. Transparency basically uses a two-dimensional data matrix code, which is tied to each unit of a product. These codes are scanned before the products are listed on the marketplace and before the products are shipped to the customers. This ensures that whatever enters or leaves our facilitation centers is authentic. We have tried to make transparency an interactive tool for the customers as well, so they can scan these codes using a mobile app. Of late, there are about, and this is the latest update, about 15,000 brands are using transparency, from large Fortune 500 companies to small independent entrepreneurs. Transparency has enabled the protection of more than 500 million product units so far. Okay, let me talk about Project Zero. Project Zero tool is one of the most critical tools in the arsenal of IP owners, which is used to drive counterfeits to zero. This includes automated protections, product serialization, and a powerful new search tool, and also a tool to self-service removal of counterfeits from our marketplace. For the first time, guys, IP owners are getting this unprecedented power to remove counterfeits from our store without a need to report to us in advance. So all that they need to do is to go on our Amazon marketplace and get into brand registry. And if they have access to Project Zero, simply remove the listing there and then. It will be removed in an instant. All listings that are removed using Project Zero are checked by us later and incorporated into machine learning tool in order to identify the patterns of behavior, which then makes our machine learning tools even better. So this tool puts an incredible amount of trust in brands. So we have a simple rule. If you abuse it, you will lose it. And this screen basically shows self-service counterfeit removal tool, which can be used in a way that brands no longer need to contact Amazon to remove a counterfeit listing. There were more than 18,000 brands enrolled in Project Zero till last month. For every one listing removed by a brand through our self-service counterfeit removal tool, our automated protections removed more than 600 listings through scale technology and machine learning that proactively addresses potential counterfeits and stops those listings from appearing in our store. In fact, just to share with you another interesting fact of how this tool successfully has worked. More than 75% of the brands that have enrolled in Project Zero actually never had an opportunity to use that self-service counterfeit removal tool. So they have the access, but because there is no reason to use, they have not used it so far. Uh, but of course, the brands which have been using it have reported that they have found it to be very user-friendly. Talking about counterfeit crimes in it, I would like to talk about, I think I still have about 5 minutes, so only a couple of slides to cover. I would like to talk about this exciting new program called Counterfeit Crimes Unit. This unit is dedicated to pursuing bad actors globally and also partnering with brands in order to file civil and criminal litigation against the bad actors. Amazon Counterfeit Crimes Unit is dedicated to prosecuting bad actors that violate the law and also violate Amazon's policies by offering counterfeit products in our stores. The team is global, multidisciplinary, composed of former federal prosecutors, experienced investigators, and data analysts. Our first priority remains to be proactive in blocking the suspicious counterfeit listings before it makes to our stores. However, if a bad actor has been able to evade our system and listed a counterfeit in violation of our policies, the Counterfeit Crimes Unit will bring additional resources in holding these bad actors accountable in the offline world. The Counterfeit Crimes Unit will mine Amazon's data, get hold of the information from external sources, such as the service providers, open source intelligence, and also leverage law enforcement information available against these bad actors. The Counterfeit Crimes Unit enables Amazon to pursue civil litigations against bad actors also, work with brands in joint or independent investigations, and law enforcement referrals for criminal investigation against counterfeiters. So what has happened recently or of late in the world of offline investigation and joint litigation at Amazon side? We have done this successfully with many brands, including most recently with Vera Bradley and Night Eyes, and most recently with Valentino, in order to pursue both civil and criminal referrals. In order to partner with us in this initiative of Counterfeit Crimes Unit, what we would like the brands to do is to make sure that they have conducted a test purchase, and therefore they have sufficient background information and evidence against these bad actors. They can get in touch with us to make these to take these initiatives forward. We just launched this program last year, and we are more than happy to explore opportunities for partnering with brands in joint investigations, eventually, whenever they want to start that. And this is my last slide now about what is the impact of all these measures that I spoke about. In 2020, we have prevented over 6 million suspected bad actor accounts from entering our stores basis using these proactive and reactive tools. We have blocked more than 10 billion bad listings from being published in our stores. Over 99.9% of product display pages have never received a notice of potential counterfeit infringements. We have actively monitored millions of pieces of feedback that we receive from customers, right owners, and regulators, and we have identified and removed bad listings using our proactive controls. And as you can see, we have invested a substantial amount of money to fight against bad actors and counterfeit listings, and also employed thousands of people to fight frauds and abuse. In the end, we remain committed to protect our customers, our brands, and sellers also from unfair competition, which is posed by bad actors. Therefore, we welcome IP owners and brands to join hands with us in our joint fight against counterfeiting and infringements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anubhav, for your enlightening presentation. And during your presentation, you have discussed so many important and essential points. And I hope to see you again with us in our next conference. And I request the audience to ask any question regarding his presentation in the QA session. Thank you, Anubhav. Now let's move on to our next presenter for today's conference, who is Philip Van Gils, working as Director Illicit Trade Strategy and Prevention Africa and Duty Free from Philip Morris International. His presentation topic is Illicit Trade, a Serious Threat. Let's welcome Philip Van Gils. Hello, Philip. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm very well.
Thank you
I
so much.
hope you can see my screen now.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Perfect.
Okay, you can start the presentation now.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this audience. I was listening to Anubhav's presentation with great interest, and I will also make some connection to that. So I was asked to talk about the illicit trade, the impact on sustainable growth, and the role of the private sector. So I've been for several years in the company, working in different places across Africa and Europe, and I'm now based in Belgium, covering also Middle East and Africa. So a little word about our company. We are known as the leading tobacco company, known for its flagship brand Marlboro, present all over the world. And I may surprise you, but we, since 2014 and 15, developed a new vision, which is what we call the smoke-free vision. And essentially, our target is now to move away of selling conventional cigarettes and offer to our consumers better alternatives that have the potential to reduce the harm associated with it. And I'm talking about it because we moved then from these conventional cigarette products to products that are heating the tobacco, which includes electronics. And you will see in the coming slides what impact it had in our fight on illicit trade, where we had to review quite a lot of process. And obviously, this is also, this vision of a smoke-free vision is simply very connected to the fact that we wanted to have a sustainable growth going forward, and we knew that we could no longer sell those products, and technologies and the science allowed us to move and to do this big transformation. Now, I'm talking about that because essentially this had an impact on how we looked at the illicit trade. Traditional, with the conventional products we had, we were faced with 4 types of illicit trade. The first one being contraband, as we were selling excise tax goods. Essentially, what we see is that genuine products moved from a market where excise tax are lower to a market where excise tax are high and retail sales price are high. The other phenomenon that we saw, and Anubhav talked about it as well, is a counterfeit issue. We saw in recent years also a noticeable move. Traditionally, counterfeited products were coming mainly from China, but in recent years, we've seen illicit factories mushrooming in Europe, being closer to the final destination market. And probably also the COVID pandemic has had an impact on these illicit traders to do so. Then we have the big problem of illicit whites. Those are typically products that are manufactured or transiting through free trade zones. They're legally manufactured, however, they do not respect the destination market legislation. And then we have, this is also many in Africa, the issue of under declarations. Products are produced and distributed in the same country, but a big portion of it is not declared to the domestic authorities for excise tax payment. Now, I was talking that we did this transformation to novel products which have the potential to significantly reduce the harm, although they are not risk-free, obviously. And they included electronics. And because of that, we had also to address very new phenomenon that also Anubhav talked about it, which are infringement related to design, copyright, patent, and trademark. And obviously, as Anubhav was indicating, this happens mainly online. So whereas on the previous slide, what I showed you was essentially concerning container monitoring, now we had to develop capacity to do online monitoring and, among others, partner with companies like Amazon to address it. But then, of course, with all the measures that Anubhav showed us in the previous presentation, those official platforms have now put quite good and effective tools to counter the illicit trade. However, there are millions of marketplaces on the web that do not have the same ethics. And just to give you an example, in our business, we have about 200 takedowns per day on illicit products on online marketplaces. Another particularity that we had to face was the reverse logistics. Once you enter the world of electronics, obviously, what do you do with malfunctioning or depleted devices? And I'm outlining that because we were faced at a certain point of time with what we would call hybrid devices that were made of some genuine original parts and some counterfeited. So in the same device, you could face the two options. So this required, of course, to build a lot of internal capabilities to address those new phenomena. And looking at the impact of illicit trade in our business, it's quite substantial. And as we talked about sustainable development goals, I mean, the impact is in our business 400 to 460 billion cigarettes. Now, if you transform that in 40 feet containers, that's about 40,000 to 46,000 containers moving around the world with illicit products. That's roughly 10 to 12% of the consumption. And if you look at the annual tax loss that it represents, it's very close to many low and middle income countries' GDP. So when we're talking about development goals, as you can imagine, there's a huge opportunity there that can be much better reallocated to development funds. I will now moving on the illicit trade and achieving a sustainable development. Transnational Alliance to Combat Illicit Trade is an organization which we are a member of, like many other companies. And they have done a very interesting survey or study and research that I really encourage you to have a look at, where they identify the impact of illicit trades in all the sustainable development goals. And they look at it in many different sectors, going from forestry, fishing, petroleum, pharmaceutical, and you name them. It's very comprehensive. You can find them on www.traceit.org. And I wish to just take you through some of them. If we take the Sustainable Development Goal of peace, justice, and strong institution, and we look at the impact of the illicit trade, particularly in the area that I'm covering in Africa, we see that those transnational criminal organizations are basically putting a whole network in place to be able to move illicit goods. And obviously, to secure this supply chain, they are very violent groups, often active in many different type of products, but also arms, guns, wildlife, trafficking, you name them. And obviously, to achieve their goals, they are very violent. They undermine the rule of law. They leverage on the fact that countries have a high corruption level. They use the illicit trade to finance terrorism, and they exploit the people, obviously. So quite some damaging effect. And there is a lot of literature about it. The first one, which I wanted to highlight, I talked earlier about the role of the free trade zone. Obviously, free trade zones are very important for the economic development. But if they have not simple rules of know your customers and so on, they can be also a platform of illicit trade. And Carnegie has also developed a research on the role of, for instance, Jebel Ali in Dubai, on how this is facilitating corruption and feeding the global illicit financial flow that are connected to that. Now, there are also solutions in that respect. For instance, the OECD has developed a very strong code of conduct as a recommendation for a free trade zone to adopt. It all talks about know your customers, know to who you sell, about the payment methods and how you ensure that the payment methods are licit. Another organization that has done the same is the World Free Zone Organization. They have a program, the SAFE program, which is also connected to the OECD. And they made a very sound recommendation on how free trade zone could improve the knowledge of who are operating in this zone. Because the issue is that the free trade zone are used to change goods in container, doing misdeclaration, or are also used to manufacture illicit products. There's also on the impact on achieving a sustainable development goal. A lot of literature. Interpol has also done a very good research on how illicit goods are trafficking via port and airport across Africa. And obviously, the illicit traders are using countries where they know that they can leverage on high corruption to smuggle their goods inside the continent. And typically, this could be countries like Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Somalia, for instance, or Libya, which is also a big platform nowadays of illicit trade, where they're smuggling it and then start spreading it across the continent. In East Africa, you have the problem of arm, heroin, and wildlife trafficking, which is essentially feeding the terrorist organization of the Shebaa, for instance, and which creates a lot of violence. And not to speak about Syria, of course, which has been used by several powers as a proxy for the fight. And this chaotic situation obviously benefits to these transnational criminal organizations that are present there and that are involved in all kinds of illicit activities. Last but not least, West Africa. I mean, this is also how it is used and the impact on work and economic growth. These transnational criminal organizations, what they do, and essentially also the terrorist organization, they recruit kids 15 years old. They pay families, local families, $1,000 to get them enrolled in the terrorist organization. Those terrorist organizations on their side then secure the routes for the illicit trade to move from country A to country B. In French, they use the expression of coupeur de route and coupeur de tête. They benefit, of course, of some chaotic situation, but they also create this chaotic situation. And the consequences are numerous. I mean, if you look at the recent weeks' development in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, there's not a week where villages get attacked. And this on its own then create also a big migration issue where these people from West Africa are trying to escape this chaotic situation and moving towards Europe for a better life, essentially. Now, this whole situation deprives these poor countries from essential revenues. And there is a kind of vicious circle into the fact that the informal trade is sometimes perceived as a way to offer poor population means to survive, but at the same time, it also foster or hamper these countries for future economic growth and giving decent jobs to the people. Now, consequences in our specific domain, of course, illicit trade in tobacco products means a tax revenue loss, equally like alcohol. When you have illicit trade, this is also hampering excise tax collection to a wide extent, as we saw. Further, it has obviously also an impact on consumers because those products are unregulated and often manufactured in unsanitary conditions. We talked about how it's financing the transnational crime organization, how it leveraged on the corruptions. And then obviously there is a big impact on the public health because if we take, for instance, our product category, those illicit products are not regulated and therefore constitute a bigger risk. But we have other, obviously, industry where this problem is even more acute. Let's talk about only the pharmaceutical business, for instance, where you have illicit medicines. This has an enormous, can have an enormous impact on public health. And we saw, particularly during this pandemic, an explosion of illicit PPE material, as typically illicit traders are very fast to benefit from any development that occurs on a worldwide basis. Now, how do we, Philip Morris, try to address this problem of illicit trade? For us, it all started by, we need to get the intelligence. What is the magnitude of the problem? What are we talking about it? Where is it the most important, the issue? So we leverage on a lot of academic research that is existing out there, but we also do our own research to really scope the problem. The other leg that we have is protecting our supply chain. And Anubhav did discuss it also, how on this platform they can support brand owners on that. But it also started with us internally knowing our customers, knowing who are the owners, and then go further down the supply chain to replicate that. And then we are also leveraging on tracking and tracing technology to record all the movements of our goods down the supply chain, to basically being able to identify any risk of diversion, and also identify more easily when products are counterfeited. Now that's for the internal side, but then you have the external side, which is important as well. The awareness raising is for us important. If we take the perspective of the consumers, quite often, and particularly in low and middle income countries, there is a social acceptance of the illicit trade, and the perception that you do a smart buy when you buy an illicit trade, because it's perception being better value for money. So there is a lot of work to be done there into raising the awareness of the consumers on the consequences of buying illicit products. I recall that the Romanian government, for instance, made a very interesting campaign where they were showing the impact in monetary terms of the illicit trade, and showing the consumers what they could have bought in terms of infrastructure, so hospital or school, to really make consumers aware of that there is a good reason to fight illicit trade that can ultimately benefit the population. Now, partnership, and I've also talked about it, is critical. and it goes with other companies involved. So we also working with the different online platforms to address the issue of illicit trade. There's also the civil society, the academia, and the governments for both proposing sound regulation that can address it, and also, of course, the partnership with law enforcement, where we strive to share information about what we know, also participate to capacity building trainings with authorities, customs authorities, and so on, and basically also trying to secure that when that goods are confiscated when they deem illicit, and also destroyed so that they don't reappear later on in another channel. To that extent, we have also developed a funding program, which we call PMI Impact. You have the website there. We are now just launching our third funding round. Basically, it's a program that is aimed for supporting projects from the public, private, and non-governmental organization to fight illegal trade in general, not only in tobacco products, and addressing the negative consequences. So this third funding round focused a lot on border controls, on international cooperation, also on the consequences of COVID-19. So if you are interested, I encourage you to go on our website and to find more about this and how you can apply to receive funds for specific projects. I'm a bit ahead of time, so that will allow also some time for Q&A. But what I talked about it's of course, we talked about sustainability and the sustainable development goals. We have our integrated report of 2020 that is published here. And I'm mentioning it because in that report, we have a whole section dedicated to illicit trade. And I think that if we want to be serious about illicit trade, we also need to measure the progress. So this section outlines a number of critical KPIs that we are measuring over time to see how effective are we and what better measures can we take to address illicit trade. So feel free to go there and visit it. So I hereby finished my presentation. I hope you found it interesting. And if obviously there is any question that I may address, I will happily do so.
Well, thank you so much, Philip, for your time and effort you took in our conference. And it was such an illuminating session. Thank you so much. And I request the audience to ask any question regarding his presentation in the QA session. Thank you, Philip. Take care.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to our third session. And for the third session, our presenter are Guadalupe Gracia Crespo, who is the head of IP, and Juan Sichero, head of brand protection from Marcedo Libria, Argentina. They're going to present on online enforcement of IP rights in Lithium. They will be with us within a few minutes. Stay connected. Thank you. Hello. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guadalupe Gracia Crespo, who is the head of IP. Hi. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
And I'm fine too. Thank you. And we are pleased to have you with us on our conference. I request you to please share your screen so that we start the presentation.
We are waiting for Juan.
Okay, sure.
Yes, we were supposed to connect in 6 minutes.
So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guadalupe. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guadalupe Gracia Crespo, who is the head of IP, and Juan Sechero, the head of brand protection. They are going to present on online enforcement of IP rights in LATAM. So hello guys, how are you?
How are you? Good morning.
I'm fine too, thank you. We are pleased to have you with us on our conference. I request you to please share your screen so that you start the presentation.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Sure. Perfect. We can see your presentation.
Excellent.
Okay.
First,
You can
do you
start
hear
the
me well?
presentation.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for joining this session, and thank you for the invitation to present our brand protection program. As many of you may know, Mercado Libre is the leading e-commerce platform and fintech in Latin America. Just to give you some background of our company is basically split in two big business units. The first one is the marketplace. We call it the yellow world, which includes Mercado Libre. I mean the possibility for buyers and sellers to offer their products and services. Online, we have Mercado Ads, which is our advertising solution. We have Mercado Shops, which is the possibility for any user to create their own e-shop, and the possibility also to replicate their listings in our marketplace. Of course, Mercado Libre provides all the technical support and all the solutions that we have, such as Mercado Pago, which is our online payment processor. And finally, Mercado Envíos, which is our shipping solution. One of the shipping solutions that Mercado Libre offers is fulfillment, in which the sellers can ship their products to our fulfillment center, and from our fulfillment center, we deliver the products directly to the consumers within 24 or 48 hours. We have then Mercado Pago, which is our online payment processor, but also gives the possibility to anyone who may want to use this application to make payments in the offline world, not just in the marketplace. So you can use Mercado Pago in any convenience store, drugstore, gas station, restaurants, you name it, by just downloading the app in your cell phone, and you can link your credit or debit cards, or you can also use money in your savings account at Mercado Pago. We operate in 18 countries in Latin America, 8 of which we have local offices, including Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, Colombia, Venezuela, and Mexico. And so far, we're more than 15,500 collaborators. But due to the exponential growth of the e-commerce during these last years, we are increasing our manpower, and we will be, by the end of the year, more than 30,000 employees. Just to let you know that Mercado Libre is a publicly traded company since 2007, and we operate in the NASDAQ in the New York Stock Exchange. And our current market cap is around $70 billion US. So that being said, and being the #1 shopping destination in Latin America, one of our goals is to ensure that the buyers get the best buying experience when they buy in our marketplace. We really believe that they should buy the original and safe and secure products, and therefore this is why we work very closely with right holders, such as trademark owners, and to protect their intellectual property rights and to ensure the best buying experience for our consumers. So now I will hand over to Wada, who will talk about our program a little bit more in detail.
Thank you very much, Juan, and good morning, everyone. So there is an overlap of regulation in LATAM regarding out-of-court procedures, but because fighting against IP infringement in our platform is crucial for us, we started a path of a self-regulated process, and we launched our first version of the program in the year 2000. The biggest challenge has been the harmonization of criteria across the region, but we believe we have succeeded in building a program that can be uniformly applied. So due to the lack of regulation that I mentioned, the company inspired its program on the United States Notice and Takedown Regulation, the DMCA. However, from the beginning, the program was not limited to copyright and also allowed IP owners to report allegedly infringing listings to their industrial property rights, such as trademarks, patents, and industrial designs. Juan? In addition, we enter into collaboration agreements with different stakeholders that have a focus on various matters related to health, tax, environmental regulation, as well as intellectual property. We have entered into these agreements in several countries with different authorities belonging to law enforcement agencies, regulatory bodies, as well as with collective management societies, chambers, and associations. As an example, we enter into a collaboration agreement with the authority in Peru, the INDECOPI. Through these agreements, we provide the monitoring and reporting tool to the authorities, and we work together with them, sharing information on reported sellers. We have found that due to this cooperation with both the public and the private sector, and the knowledge sharing that this collaboration implies, we are able to constantly evolve. So collaboration is a key factor for us to find effective solutions. Juan, please. So even though we model our initial notice and takedown program on the DMCA, our procedure is quite different. Juan, can we move forward? Thank you. In our program, after the notice, we immediately post the listing, so the offer is no longer available in the marketplace. and the listing remains in that status until the seller replies to the notice. If the seller does not submit a counter notice, the listing is removed permanently. If the seller replies, the IP owner that reported it then have the opportunity to decide if the counter notification submitted by the reported seller is satisfactory or not. So the final decision lays on the IP owner, who decides whether the listing should be reinstated or permanently removed. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Wada. And moving forward with the presentation, I wanted to show you or give you an overview of what we call the multidisciplinary approach. Before joining Mercado Libre at the end of 2019, I wouldn't imagine how many areas are involved in this initiative. As you can see, are 9 different areas working all together in the fight against counterfeit and piracy, including sales, product, fraud prevention, which is one of our key departments because they work on the sanction systems to sellers, and also they work very closely with the machine learning team in order to develop different machine learning models to proactively monitor and remove allegedly infringing listings. We have also the support of the legal team. Wada is here with me. She's from the legal team, and she provides support from that perspective. We have UX, customer experience, IT, of course, which is fundamental in a company such as Mercado Libre. And of course, we have the support of our PR and communications team, who provide us all the necessary elements in order to disseminate the program of Mercado Libre, of the brand protection program. We truly believe that this has to be a collaboration and partnership between the trademarks or the IP owners and Mercado Libre in order to address the issue of counterfeit and piracy. And therefore, we work in 2 different work streams, right? In addition to what I was mentioning about the partnership that we have with different authorities, we have created an online reporting tool in order for IP owners to enroll in our program and to start monitoring and reporting infringing listings. And then the other work stream is what we call melee efforts. This is everything what Mercado Libre does proactively in order to keep our marketplace clean of counterfeit products and pirated goods. So it is very important for us that IP owners join our program, use the tool and report listings in order for our machine learning models, use that information and learn from the reports, because the IP owner has the expertise, has the knowledge about their products, and therefore all of such information is super relevant for our proactive monitoring. And the big difference between the reporting coming from the members of the program and the proactive actions taken by Mercado Libre is that when we remove a listing proactively, the listing is automatically removed and there is no counter notice process. So we really need to be accurate and precise when it comes to proactive takedowns. So for each successful listing that is either reported by the member of the programs or a proactive detection coming from Mercado Libre, our system triggers what we call the global behavior seller analysis in order to determine whether the seller should be sanctioned or not. We have different sort of sanctions depending on multiple variables, and the sanctions could go from a warning notice that we send to the seller, alerting that an IP infringement has been detected and therefore their behavior should be changed, and all the listings infringing third-party rights should be removed from their portfolio. Otherwise, other sanctions such as the temporary suspension of the account and the permanent shutdown can be applied. When the system finally shuts down an account, what it does, it triggers an algorithm to search for linked accounts. So any potential linked accounts will be also shut down together with all the listings that are coming with such account. Just to give you some figures of how are we doing year to date, more than 700,000 confirmed reports were submitted by brand protection program members. So more than 700,000 listings were removed from the platform. But at the same time, almost 5 million listings were proactively removed from the platform thanks to our machine learning technology and all our proactive measures. As a result of all this, almost 12,000 accounts were permanently shut down together with all the listings that come with it. So this is pretty much all from our end. Thank you so much for listening to us. We are open to any questions or any comments that you may have.
Thank you so much, guys, for your explanatory discussion and presentation. And we really hope to see you again with us in our next presentation, in our next conference, sorry. So I request the audience to ask any question regarding their presentation in the QA sessions. And guys, you can answer them there. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi, yes, I believe there's no questions in the chat.
Yeah, but I have one question to ask you. That is, what are the challenges for online IP enforcement in Latin America? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, actually, I think it's basically the same challenges that other areas of the world are facing, right? When it comes to fighting against illicit trade, I think it's the fact that I mean, counterfeiters are taking advantage of the pandemic situation, so they're using more and more the internet to offer their counterfeit products by hiding their identities and by misleading consumers through marketplaces and social media platforms. to offer their products. And one interesting thing to tell the audience is that at Mercado Libre, we are implementing a KYC solution that is being deployed in different stages, but we have started to deploy this solution for both Mercado Pago, our fintech, and Mercado Libre, our marketplace, in Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. And we will continue rolling out this solution in countries such as Colombia, Chile during 2021. And the purpose of this solution is to validate the identity of the seller, of the user who would like to sell products in our marketplace or to use our online payment solution. So we validate the identity and we ask a proof of life by using the cell phone. The user has to take a picture of their national ID and must provide a proof of life by taking a picture of him or herself in order for us to validate the identity. And in some markets, that information goes to the National Bureau in order to validate the identity. So KYC, which is a very robust solution and is disruptive in the industry, at least in Latin America. With this, we believe that we will be, cleaning somehow the malicious sellers operating in our marketplace, and at the same time, this tool will be a deterrence for bad actors to use our marketplace in order to sell their products. So I don't know if Wada wants to add anything, but from my end, I think this is pretty much what I can tell you about.
I echo Juan on his comments. Yes, I believe that it's, as he said, pretty much the same challenges that you will find in other regions. I mentioned in my presentation that there's a lack of regulation, but all the platforms kind of follow the path of the European regulation and the United States regulation. So we have similar solutions. And in the case of Mercado Libre, we have our notice and takedown, and we have an ecosystem of solutions around the notice and takedown procedures. So I believe that they will find the scenario very similar to that or to those that find in the US and the European Union.
Well, thank you. I have one more question to ask you guys, and that is how you see the future of online IP enforcement in the post-COVID era. What's your thoughts and what are you doing to overcome this?
Well, actually, we're working on different work streams. One of which is the KYC, as I was mentioned to you before. The idea is to have the implementation of KYC in all the markets, both for natural person and for businesses. This is not just for natural persons. And besides that, we are building a robust machine learning technology. We're continuously enhancing our proactive moderations. And the idea is to try to cover more and more categories in our marketplace, because we focus in those main categories that are mostly affected by counterfeit and piracy. We are also working in another work stream that is very relevant, which is image recognition. We are using technology in order to identify the trademark that is included in an image, because what sellers tend to do now is to avoid the use of any keyword that may be detected by our machine learning technology. So they're just posting a listing without naming the brand in the title or in the description. So what we are doing, we are developing this solution in order to identify the logo or the trademark in the picture itself. So this is really helping to detect those cases in which the only element or evidence of the brand infringement is on the picture itself. So this is another work stream. Also, we are working really hard in educating our sellers. We are introducing different initiatives in order to educate sellers. We are constantly doing webinars to train the sellers on how to post listings without infringing third-party rights. We have also introduced a section in the help portal in order to educate the sellers on how to post without infringing listings, how to post without infringing listings, how to take pictures, and how to guide sellers to not use third-party pictures or images in their listings in order to avoid copyright infringements, because in most of the cases we have detected that sellers have no idea about IP. So we also provide them with information pertaining of what is an IP right, what is a trademark, what is a patent, and so on and so forth, in order for them to have more information. And also we have a section in which we invite all IP owners, especially brand owners, to provide us with a briefing document with information pertaining their company. And they may include information such as the countries in which they operate, their supply chain, their logistics, which kind of products they offer, which kind of products they do not offer, in order for buyers to know that that specific company does produce these products and does not produce these other products. And also we suggest brand owners to provide with a Q&A section in which they provide answers to the sellers on why the listing was reported by them. And also we suggest them to include in that briefing document any point of contact, so any buyer or seller can be in contact with the brand owner directly. We have around 15 brand owners already on board, and we expect to have more brand owners, and they can put us in contact. They can put in contact with us in order to provide us all the information that they would need in order to join this program. And just so you know, more than 75% of the sellers that received a report from an IP owner stopped infringing third-party rights, and we are re-educated. So this is very important, and we see a trend that in most of the cases the sellers are infringing IP rights because they do not know about IP, and therefore, of course, we know there are malicious sellers offering counterfeit products, and this is what we have to put all of our efforts. But there is a lot of things to do in terms of education. I don't know whether if you want to complement with anything else, but.
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, in a post-pandemic scenario, I think that there are two positive things to add to what Juan said. One is that because so many people has started operating in e-commerce or has increased their operations, authorities are now more involved and more familiarized, at least in Latin American regions. So working together with them and collaborating with them has become easier for us. And so they now know our tools and our solutions, and we can have their feedback and work together on enhancing our procedure. And I think that another positive thing, another positive matter in this scenario is also that because so many people is now involved and operating in Latin America in e-commerce, we have found the need of informing and providing more information to them. So very recently we have launched our first transparency report, so they can be aware of our solutions and our tools and the different numbers of takedowns or shutdown sellers, And so they can be more aware, as Juan was saying, not only of the IP rights that has not to be infringed when posting a listing, but also of what are the measures taken by the platform.
Okay,
Yes, and
I have one more last question for you. It is, can you spread some light on the IP tools and collaboration agreements?
Juan, do you want me
yes.
to take it? Yeah.
Okay.
So, as we mentioned in the presentation, we have, and everything started with our notice and takedown procedure back 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. But we have evolved to this ecosystem that Juan was saying, adding proactive measures as well, and in recent years, via technology. Regarding the collaboration agreements, we started a few years ago with our first agreements and with our first collaboration agreements with authorities, and mainly were with authorities in charge of food and drug administration in several countries in which we operate. We operate in 18 countries. And so we started with those agreements. And then we evolved to celebrate the same agreements of notice and takedown procedure. We provide to the authorities not only the tool, we provide them with an account to log to the program and to monitor and to report and to obtain information of the seller reported, and also to provide us with feedback regarding our tool and our solutions. And we share information that has been very important for us to implement proactive measures. For instance, during the pandemic, or when the pandemic started last year, we worked very closely with these health authorities just to take down listings that were offered not only IP infringements, but also illicit products or items. So basically what we do is to not only provide the tool to the authorities or to the associations, we also have agreements with different associations involved in the IP world. So we provide the notice and takedown procedure, but also we share information with them, we share reports with them, and we grow from the feedback that we receive.
I think it's relevant to mention that when it comes to agreements celebrated with authorities, there is no such counter notice, right? So when the authority reports an infringing listing through our reporting tool, the listing is removed without letting the seller the possibility to counter notice, right? So this is a big difference between the agreements that we have celebrated with authorities versus the private sector, in which we have also have some agreements with the private sector as well. One of the latest agreements in the IP arena that we have celebrated is with the IP office in Peru, within the COPI. And we have recently renewed that agreement because of the success of this program. And we hope that we can continue this path and continue celebrating agreements with different IP offices around the region. And actually, we're currently working on some different collaboration agreements that we hope that we can finally closed and signed.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for answering our question, and I wish you best of luck for the future. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, now let's move on to our fourth session. And for the first session, we have Judith Van Dimas. She is a trademark attorney legal from Friesland Campaign. She will be emphasizing on creating an anti-counterfeiting policy. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Judith Van Dimas. Hello, Judith, how are you? Your mic is mute.
Okay, does it work?
Yeah, it's work. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So
Good to
are
see
you ready? Thank you so much. So are you ready for your presentation?
Yes?
So kindly please share your screen so that you start presenting.
Okay. Share.
Yeah, we can see it.
This is it. Okay.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah. All right. It's okay like this?
Yes, it's perfect. Okay, it's over to you now.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for having me on this brand protection innovation program. Let's first introduce. I work for Friesland Campina, which is a dairy cooperative for 150 years. It's owned by 11,000 member farms. Sometimes you hear a higher number, but that's because not only the farmer is a member, but also her husband. An annual turnover of 11 billion euros, and we nourish the world with 100 brands in all kinds of territories, not only in consumer dairy, but also in ingredients and in pharma, baby formula. And I have 30 years of experience in brand protection, and my main topics that I am involved with daily is the clearance of trademarks, new trademarks, registration thereof, attacking infringements and counterfeits, contracting, policy setting, for instance, the global legal IP policy, making an anti-counterfeiting policy and a trade secret policy. And we also govern how we use our brand and issue an annual report and have a dashboard in which we continuously share data with our share stakeholders. Well, we made some steps on how to make an anti-counterfeiting policy that I'm going to tell you about. So I'm going to walk you through that. We deal with preparation and what the conclusions from these preparations were. We defined counterfeit, and we cut the policy in parts: detection, prevention, and combating. So first we prepared and we collected examples of counterfeit from within the company. We interviewed 25 stakeholders, marketing and legal directors, and we liaised with our e-commerce group because they see a lot online also in terms of counterfeiting. We determined risk-sensitive areas and developments that we should count with, and we compared online anti-counterfeiting solutions. The conclusions from our preparation were that we needed a definition of counterfeit because, well, everything was stirred up when we started talking with our business, and a lot of things were perceived as counterfeit and they were not. For instance, parallel imports, but also infringements. So we needed to define what is what. We also found that the numbers of what we call counterfeits are low. So we're kind of lucky. Our sensitive areas are product-wise infant formula, because if anything goes wrong there, then it has a massive effect, obviously. And there's a lot of regulation on it. The territories which are sensitive are China, Russia, Morocco, and Libya for several reasons. In China, for instance, if anything is wrong with your product, in Russia also, then you cannot really sell anything anymore. At least, well, they're kind of easy in closing borders for our products if one product goes wrong. So if anybody sells anything that looks like our product, then we need to take action immediately, otherwise we risk our own marketplace. And Morocco and Libya are for us countries where we see a lot of counterfeits, where we see most actually. There are more countries, but these are continuously revisited. Developments are online sales increase and therefore also of counterfeiting products. And the risks that we identify, yeah, obviously if counterfeits happen, then the reputation of our company is at stake, and the reputation of our brands. If anybody opens a production line with copies of our products, then that production line is not running on our production site, so we lose jobs. And as I said, we risk closing borders for our products. So to start with a definition, we see a lot of examples here. Infringement is as a product or packaging which is too similar to our ownable brand assets, and the aim is to profit from our goodwill. And an example is our Frico product was copied by with Giza slices. You can still see what the original one was and what the copy is. And Friso Prestige is copied with Frisky Prince. Prestige translated into Chinese is royal, and Prince therefore also connects. These are obviously similar, and there's obviously profiting from our goodwill here, but you can still tell which is the real original product and which is the copy. We regard counterfeits as counterfeits products or packaging bearing exact copies of parts of our brand assets without our authorization. And then all or part of the brand assets are copied. And the aim here is not only copying from our goodwill, but deception. You see that on the Coast copy El Saba, the whole label design was copied. We see Friso was copied on diapers. We do not sell diapers, we sell baby formula. But somebody had a nice extension of the line and copied the whole look and feel, but also the name of our brand. These have, by the way, stopped. NCZ is butter oil that we put on the market, and NZ is supposed to look deceptively similar. And we also sell cheese with the brand Kroon on it, and it's also here for the untrained eye not recognizable what the real product is and what the fake product is. So we determine the definitions, and we determined how and where to detect counterfeits and who should have a role in that. So we see, well, counterfeits can be encountered in markets and supermarkets, and the roles who should detect there are sales, consumer service, who, if there is a counterfeit product, they get complaints, and customs can also detect these. There's online sales in marketplaces, and individuals also sell themselves by themselves on social media. We have a few roles who should detect that. So corporate and local legal have online monitoring of sensitive brands and markets, and we outsource that to third parties. And marketing, of course, know their markets and should keep an eye on what's happening online. So if you're a marketeer, by the way, sales also, if a market is your market, then the market is not just where we sell, it's also where others sell. So if we sell in supermarkets, then heavy disc and not in heavy discounters, then that's also part of the market. And if we sell offline, then online is also part of your market if it's targeted to the same country. And for online monitoring, we have we divide between a proactive and a reactive approach. We outsource to parties who take infringements offline automatically for us. And we also outsource to parties who are more checking in depth where the products come from. So not only focusing on getting rid of the product, but also getting rid of the origin. The examples that you see here are also counterfeits. In Rainbow, the brand name is different. Abu Naima is the star. It's also in the sky like our rainbow. The product label is somewhat different, but it had our sender brand and sender address on it. So that makes it counterfeit. The Alaska was copied with the same name and a different label, and targeted, by the way, in a country in the US, it was found where it was targeting to Filipino people, and our brand Alaska is big in the Philippines. So we listed the preventative actions that we can take. So we define and protect our brand assets. That's a start, of course, and not only in the countries where they originate from and where they're going through, but also relevant ports that we encounter along the way to increase our chances to intercept and object. In China, we have international registrations, also national registrations, but the international registrations should be validated to be ready to take action. Otherwise, that is a time-consuming hurdle on your way to fight counterfeits. We insist on making brand manuals because they promote uniform use of our brands, and if we are not the ones using our brands uniformly, then it's easier, of course, for other parties to copy us. And also it helps in training customs, for instance, how to look out for copies. Obviously, trademark watching the registers for copies which can be counterfeits, but usually are infringements. In contracting with agents and distributors, we also have to make sure that they cease using our brands after the relationship has ended. And sometimes that was a problem in very ancient contracts. Customs sometimes report infringements to us. Most of the time, these are not infringements, but parallel sales. And then even if it's not an infringement or a counterfeit, then we still have to respond to customs, because if we don't, then they won't report infringements to us anymore. So we have to be very careful to take action on these messages. And customs can also be used preventative to register a dossier on the brand with customs, so they know what to look out for. They know how to recognize the real branded product and what is different in counterfeit products. And sometimes there's an option to train customs. Some online platforms also have the possibility to register your brands with the platform. So inform them that we are owners of a brand, and then we are the only ones who are authorized to sell other parties to sell our product. We use tracing and detection technology on some products. For instance, coding on our products or holograms. And sensitive areas, we liaise with available brand owner associations and governmental initiatives combating counterfeits. So as a brand owner, we can often join a group or place it on the governmental agenda where we can, or at least jump in if governmental bodies have initiatives in this area. The Frico Rio copy, Rio was a copy, of course, of Frico, and you can tell what the difference is, but it's an almost identical copy of our label. And how to combat counterfeits? Well, we established a few rules. So business should report immediately to legal IP, my department. And legal IP is then to investigate the relevant trademark rights of both parties and the background of the infringing party. The business collects additional information, and often we received only a picture of the infringing product or the counterfeiting product. So we made a list of what checks should be done by our business. Business should collect the information of our own brand use also, because we need that in order to take action. And again, an example of a counterfeit, even though De Kroon & Vies was giving a first name, namely Tommy, which isn't right, of course. And how to combat counterfeits. If we encounter counterfeits, we can take a few kinds of actions, and we, as a policy, we made preparations for that by listing what is possible and what areas. So the first idea is of course taking action based on IP specific laws, but we've also combated infringements based on competition law, because using our IP by other parties was misleading. Regulatory, there can be product laws which we can use, and for instance in Emirates we use them quite often. So products which are non-compliant are more swiftly taken from the market. Then we can do an infringement procedure. So then we take that route, and we can also think of e-commerce law when combating counterfeit. We report with enforcement agencies, and not a lot has come out of that so far. But we report them anyway for the statistics. We choose, when choosing a country of action, we do not always choose the country where the product is for sale. Sometimes the country of origin is a better route, either because it's swifter or because the country of sales, well, often is not very stable. So then we take action in the country of production. There can also be practical actions taken. So sales directors can address the matter with the shop. So if a shop has a product for sale which is infringing or even a counterfeit on our products, and we sell that product with the shop too, then of course we have something to talk about with the shop. They are obliged to take that from the shop, or else we can take further action. But in the progress of course, our cooperation, we can arrange things there. And sometimes actions take very, very long, and then we place an advertisement that serves as a warning. So we're making advertisement for our products, but also warn them about how to recognize the real products. And sometimes that's a solution that we can take. The actions that we take depend on the nature, the scale, and the country involved. And for our sensitive countries, we plan this in advance. So basically, we have a whole recipe to follow whenever there is a case of counterfeit. That was how we prepared our anti-counterfeiting policy. Let's see how I get my screen back.
Okay, thank you so much, Judith.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, sure. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How the anti-counterfeiting policies can be implemented?
This is how we wrote it, and implementation takes onboarding of senior managers, senior directors, because then, of course, it gets really implemented, and we implemented this in our legal IP policy to make it part of it. So it's placed into an existing policy. It is rather difficult to make a separate policy, so we made it part of an existing one.
Okay, I have one more question for you, and that is, what are the major trends you are estimating in the coming future?
Well, the major trends for us is that there is more online sales, so we should prepare for that. And also, we should prepare for online detection even more. That's what we are looking into right now. We already have, but we're also checking what products we can use, and found a lot of interesting products along the way. So that's a matter of testing what to do. But yeah, that's our major development. That's what was sold in shops a lot is now brought to your house. And so online market is really important for us.
Okay, thank you so much, Judith, for your fascinating presentation. And I really hope that we work with you soon as possible. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, now let's move on to our next presenter. And our next presenter is Luis Alberto Barberini, who is the operation manager at Bayer. And he will be presenting on how a good supplier relationship supports security of a brand. He will be with us within a few minutes. Stay connected. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, here we have Luis Alberto Barberini. Hello, Luis, how are you?
Hello, good morning. I'm doing very well.
Thank you.
Yourself?
Yeah, I'm fine too. Thank you. And I welcome you on this conference, and thank you so much for joining. I request you to please share your screen so that you start your presentation.
Okay.
Perfect. We can see the presentation. Now it's over to you. You can start your presentation.
That's great. So thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It's always good to share Bayer's word on external manufacturing and to share our best practices and what we are doing to manage our suppliers. Okay. So today I'm about to talk about on how a good supplier relationship supports and helps the security of a brand, right? So we do work with several suppliers and partners, and we do need to rely on them to take care of our brands, right? This is just my disclosure term, something that I do need to share with you before any presentation, right? But let's jump into that. So today I'm going to talk about risks on external manufacturing, partnership and protection, where it happens, building the trust with the suppliers, and some takeaways and tips that we used to share that can be implemented to improve relationships, right? And actually, my objective here today is to make your life easier when we talk about how to manage suppliers and how to manage the relationship that you have with those suppliers. Okay, just a short snapshot of my background. I've worked for these companies in the past. Most of them are pharmaceutical ones, right? And today I'm working at Bayer with the external manufacturing organization. In all these companies, I've worked with logistics, manufacturing, planning, demand planning, procurement, cold chain distribution, and other ones. Okay, so it's around I'm sorry, almost a 30 years career. Besides that, I also teach supply chain at major universities here in São Paulo, in Brazil. Right. So I just would like to start our discussion today with something like this. Today I'm feeling like that. Okay, you name it. You just pick up the word that best describes how you're doing today. And wow, not very good words, right? So I would say that today I'm feeling incapable. I'm feeling afraid. I'm feeling hesitant, kind of depressed, and even useless, right? And this is very complex, right? Not very good words to be used. But why this is happening? We live in a very complex world, right? So today it's very difficult to manage everything that we do need to manage. So this is, here we have a snapshot on Bayer's work, and we have 5 billion euros sales with more than 6,000 products and some other numbers for those ones that like numbers. But my main driver here is the number on the yellow box. I manage 8 suppliers in Latin America with a total income of around 30 million US dollars. So kind of complex to manage all those partners and all those business. And why do I say that we live in a complex world? We know this. We live with volatility, uncertainties, complexity, and ambiguity. So we all know that we live in a VUCA world. Probably most of you have heard this word before, right? But more difficult than that and more complex than that, we just move it to this another word, a clumsy word, right? Outlasty situation, higher volatility, high indecisive in this situation, and unfortunately, a deadly word, right? But so we move it to the VUCA word, to the COVID one, right? Very difficult to manage our business and to develop some of our activities in such a world. So that's why I'm feeling like that, what I've said in the very beginning, right? This is very complex, okay? So, but today, we just want to try to integrate the way that we live in with the such challenges that we might have today. And we are going to go to discuss these points, and let's start on risks on external manufacturing. Right. Such a complex world brings us some associated risks. Different parts of the world, we have different risks, and we have to manage all of them. So, something that's happening in France or in US or in Colombia, in Brazil, in Africa, different risks with higher or lower impact to our brands and to our business. And in fact, I would say that we live in such a complex world with all the risk that we have, but we do need to manage that risk. We do need to take care of our business, our brands, and how to manage that. So we do need to have some ability to face the risks and to manage all of them, right? We know if someone goes to this slow sand area, it's dangerous, of course, but it takes some time to get down or suck it into that pool. Okay, so you can even manage that. It's a completely risky situation, but if you take care, nothing happens, right? This is even more complex when we think when a company thinks about outsourcing. This is just a notice from Reuters, right? By October 2018, Bayer contemplating outsourcing R&D. Can you imagine how complex it is to a pharmaceutical company to outsource the core business like R&D, and even more for a very orthodox company like Bayer? So when we talk about moving to outsource and to external partners in R&D, we do need to take care of the risks and the possibility of any problem with our brands, right? So this is a very difficult situation, but we've tried to manage that and we move it to other partners. Okay. So first of all, you do need to know the partner that you are picking up. You get to know your supplier. And sometimes it's something very simple, not too complex, but kind of discussions happens in companies or in smaller companies. Hey boss, shall I contract company A? No, company A may not be trustful. What about company B? They seems to be reliable. Yeah, company B may be fine. So this kind of discussion, it's a very shallow one. No companies could have any discussions like this. This kind of discussion brings me to a situation that we know very much, that it's this one, right? Mom, can I adopt a dog? No, having a dog means a lot of work. And a cat, can I adopt one? Yeah, a cat's fine. And then you end up with something like this in the picture that you have, right? Okay, you're telling me that you're adopting a cat, but this is not a cat. This is a dog, right? So the same happens with some suppliers. You try to work with one supplier, but you do need to know what's going underground, what's happening in their facilities, in their plants. So one really needs to know the supplier, really needs to go to the supplier and to verify what's going on. You must be very close to them, right? And to understand what you have under the very first layer of information that you get. So why we have that? Because we have different risks on pharmaceutical companies. We have counterfeit drugs in different areas, and these are the categories that we have. So we have many counterfeit drugs in cardiovascular, central nervous systems, and alimentary. Unfortunately, we have many discussions going on counterfeit drugs all around the world. It's very easy to get this kind of drugs through the internet. And I cannot allow one of my suppliers to provide drugs to any other producer using my formulas or using my processes, right? So this is a very, very complex situation. So you do need to know your supplier, right? 84% of internet drugs are copycats or fake. So if you get any drug through internet, please be very cautious, and there are high risks associated to that. Okay. Of course, you know that we have to run risk matrix when picking up one supplier, right? So here we have different situations on the impact and probability of happening. And this is the risk matrix situation. When we have high probability of problems and high impact, we have a critical situation, right? You do need to manage those suppliers in a different way, okay? On the other hand, if you have low probability of something wrong happening and low impact, no worries, everything's fine, right? You can work fine, and you have very few risks associated with that. And the other extremes, if you have high probability and lower impact, you have to look for alternatives, right? So different suppliers, different producers, and have a second supplier on your hand. And you have a low probability of something wrong happening, but you have high impact. You do need to manage that risk in a very good situation, a very good way, right? So I would say that we can pick up suppliers and we can work with partners that falls into any of these categories. But of course, we will avoid the critical ones, the critical situation, okay? Looking for different alternatives. Right. And Bayer uses this kind of approach when we talk about risks. So when we have increasing risks and highly dangerous situations, we go through this triangle and check for different approaches and different policies, right? The most risky situation, we have an enhanced risk management situation in place. So we do check for that in a very cautious way, right? And different ones, of course, have different approaches. This is due to, unfortunately, on the pictures here, shows us some pharmaceutical companies around the world. So, you can have some drugs, you can have some medicines produced in places like this, right? And as I've said before, most of those products are sold through internet. And can you imagine, you try to buy one product, but it's produced in something like this. So not a chance of having a very good product from the sources. And the only way that one can manage to avoid risks like this is to go and visit and to get to know your suppliers, right? So this is mandatory when talking about third-party contracts and external manufacturing relationships. Okay, going on partnership and innovation and also protection, I would say that the first commandment that we have is your partner must share your focus, the customer's focus. And here what I mean with customer's focus. You see, two people looking for this picture and they have different perspectives. One has the focus on the customer and the other one has the customer's focus. This is quite a different approach, right? So what about what's the difference between that? Focus on the customer is to fulfill customers' needs for products and services. So you can contract someone that just fulfill your needs. But when you contract a company that share the customer's focus, they share the customer's vision as well, or even better than themselves, right? So the most simple example that I have here is when you're feeling hungry, you can go to a McDonald's or a fast food restaurant. They will fulfill your needs for food, right? But if you go to a different restaurant with a chef, he knows you. He will talk to you and try to understand how you're feeling. What would you like to have? So he has the same focus that you have, right? And of course, the experience will be completely different. And please believe me, protection and also innovation happens here, right? You have a very good service and you will be very better protected when you have someone that share your focus, right? So this is a very important perspective and a very important point to have, right? Let's keep that one in mind, as well as the final customer or the final user. Sometimes you sell your products to some clients, kind of these ones. They say, "Hey, I love this little toy for the baby." Yeah, me too. Great one. But what's the user's perspective? This is the user one perspective, right? So please take care uh, on the your customer or client's perspective, but have the final user perspective as well. So if the final user wants cheap products and wants to have immediate access to products, they sorry, they might be looking for some copycats. Oh, sorry. And they might look for some copycats or for some immediate accessible products, right? And these ones can be sold out through producers that are not so reliable. So if you're working with external manufacturing, have someone that share the customer's focus. This is really important, right? When talking about external manufacturing, some important insights, right? You do need to look for external partners, okay? So nowadays we are talking about technology, okay? So look for someone that brings the high tech, but also that brings the high touch. I mean, companies must have all the technology that you want, but please remember that you do need to have a contact with them. You need to be close to them and to improve your relationship. This is one very important way to avoid any risk and to avoid copycats and products that are not so reliable, right? So keep the contact with suppliers. Also, you need to enhance your relationship. We have the commercial relationship with all of our suppliers, but you also have the intangible relationship, something that we don't know, we can measure. This is the factor that makes one supplier prefer one customer to another one. Okay, this is up to people, how to people manage the relationship. Okay, and the final insight on relationship. Of course, we have our contracts, right? But relationship, it's something like playing jazz. You have a plot, but you need to do some improvisation. The contract is the plot. It guarantees some critical points, but you do need to improvise sometimes. Okay, so one really must remember to play jazz with the suppliers, right? And how does it happen? It happens by building the trust with the suppliers, right? So at Bayer, this is our strategy house. This is the main drivers for our operation. So we build self-care based on 4 pillars of people and culture, customer and consumer value, customer and consumer trust, and competitiveness. And we have a base, of course, of safety, quality, compliance, health, and environment. So when we talk about brand protection, we do rely on compliance, on quality, on safety, right? And for us, this is mandatory. Compliance, it's our first driver. I would say that when picking up one supplier or one partner, we check for compliance, quality, and cost. So cost is not the most important point here, but compliance and quality, those ones are really, really complex and mandatory for us. Right? So inside this strategy house, we look also for product supply systems, digitalized operations, and network optimization. So for us, it's important to have a very good network of suppliers, and we are always taking care of those suppliers and checking if they are reliable and compliant. Right? I cannot allow any kind of risk in terms of brand protection. If there's something that's not so good with the supplier, we do need to look for that immediately, right? I can take any chance on that. I would say that the word that we've most heard about last year was resilience. Resilience is an ability to recover from or to adjust to misfortune. And of course, we do need more resilient supply chains. We do need supply chains that can adjust themselves to some changes or some challenges that we have. So can we imagine that you have a supplier, a very good one, but somehow something happened and the products were wrongly used or have been deviated from their original track and use it in different ways. So we must be resilient. Our supply chain must be resilient to look for alternative suppliers and to look for corrective actions and to avoid anything happening. Right? So to keep a very good resilient supply chain, I just bring today some two examples on how to build up the resilient and build up the trustful with the suppliers. The first concept here, a key relationship factor that we have is the bacon and eggs. So probably a few of you have heard about that. Okay, so what's the idea behind the picture here? In the morning, when you ask for your breakfast, you ask for bacon and eggs, right? And what's the point here? The point is that the chicken is involved, but the pork is committed, right? So what kind of relationship would you like with your suppliers? You do need to look for a relationship that's something like this. Suppliers that are really committed, not just involved. If you have a supplier that's involved with your business, something might happen, right? They could even prefer to have business with someone else and not to deliver the products for you at first, right? But someone which is really committed to your business, it's a different relationship, right? And of course, very few chances of something wrong happening here, right? The second key relationship factor that I just picked up for today is the paddle ball. So when talking about relationship management and external partnerships, one really needs to play paddleball. As I said, I live in São Paulo, in Brazil, very close to beach, and we do like to go to the beach to play paddleball. And we keep playing for hours, if possible. We keep throwing the ball one to other, and in a very good way, right? So what's the point here? In order to keep the ball in the air, I do need to give good balls to my partner so they can give me good balls back. I have to do my best to reach a ball and give it back to my partner so he can give it back to me. So sometimes to keep the ball in the air, it's up to me, like in the companies. We have many companies that say, hey, this is my supplier's problem, not my problem. No, it's your problem, right? You do need to manage the situation and give them a good ball back, right? So when you send good balls to your partner, odds are that you receive good balls back. So to have to keep continuous playing the game, you do need to do something like this. Okay, so please play paddleball with your partners and keep the ball in there, right? Keep the commitment, share your data, and send good balls to your partners. Of course, we used to say that one company do need to manage business and the relationship with transparency, honesty, and sincere collaboration. Only this will help in getting full engagement from the other part. If you're trying to work with a company and you don't have this, it will be very difficult to build up the trust, right? And I do like Simon Sinek, right? And his speeches and so. And he uses to say that 100% of customers are people, 100% of employees are people. If you don't understand people, you don't understand business, right? This the same applies to our suppliers, right? They are people. So you do need to recognize and to understand what's going on. We are all individuals, but we are all the same, right? So some takeaways from my speech, I'm just closing the discussions. These are the valid behaviors that we have at Bayer: the customer focus, experimentation, collaboration, and trust. So today I've gone through 2 of them and use those concepts to reinforce how can we avoid any risk and protect our brands based on that. And the tips that I have for you are: get to know your suppliers, visit them, and have them under your site. Have someone that share the customer's focus. This is very important as well. Keep the commitment, share your data, and send good balls. And please remember that we are people fighting same battles and facing same risks, right? So this will be really helpful in trying to avoid any problem that one might face with brand protection and risky situations. Okay, so I'm just closing my speech. Of course, I do hope that you can pick up some of these concepts and use them in a very good way, right? And then do expect to see you again next year, probably in a face-to-face meeting where we can go through other topics. Okay.
Well, Luis, thank you so much for your captivating presentation, and we wish you best of luck and looking forward to work with you soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, I just noticed that there's one question.
Yeah, sure, you can answer it.
And I also have here this barcode. I kindly ask you to verify that with your mobile phone and to give your feedback on the presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
And here we have one question. How do you check the integrity of your suppliers in different foreign countries and security systems in place? Of course, first of all, we do get to know our suppliers. We visit them. We take information on their integrity, of course. Kind of, are they reliable in terms of finance, in terms of relationship with the markets, right? We try to we do some audits into their processes and to guarantee that they are reliable and compliant as well, and if their quality systems are good or not. Okay.
Okay. Luis, there is one more question I want to ask, and that is, what is the importance of supplier relation in brand security?
There's only one way to guarantee that your supplier is a reliable one. You need to be close to them, and you need to see what's going on. One company, when you go to your supplier and you visit them and you're very close to them, you can verify what's going on. You can pick up some situations that you might think that are trustful or not, that might be risky or not, right? So only through reliable and consistent relationship management, you can guarantee that your supplier is a compliant one, right? Okay. Usually those those systems and processes are controlled by procurement. But we also know that procurement do need to spend their time into going into negotiations and looking for new suppliers, and they don't have the time to be very present at the current supplier. That's why we do exist as an organization at Bayer. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Last question for you, and that is, what are those major factors which affect the relationship of a good supplier which supports security of a brand?
I would say that they must have reliable processes in place, meaning when we have an audit with them, I must be very sure that they have controls into their business. They have controls that really support what do they produce, and the raw materials that I give them, and they give it back to me in form of final products. Okay. Of course, any company is open to problems, and those problems might happen anywhere. Here in Brazil, we had some issues within Bayer many years ago. So we have some original products that were changed in the production line with I would say products with no active ingredients that were used to adjust the machines. So someone changed those products, and I had just products with no APIs, with no active ingredients in the market, right? This has caused a huge problem, and it was an internal problem, not an external one, right? So this was due to processes that were not robust enough to guarantee that something like this might not happen. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Luis, for your time and effort, and we wish you best of luck. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a very interesting team presentation from Ken Thursby. He is a digital transformation project lead from MST. Patrick Meher, he is a senior operational manager at Novartis, and Alberto Lopez Martin, he is an innovation manager at INCM Lab. They will be sharing their views on Pharma Ledger, EPI, and beyond. And I want to mention that if the audience have any question regarding their presentation, they can ask them in the QA session so that they answer you at the end of the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
Okay, so are you ready for your presentation?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, we can see your screen, and now you can start your presentation. It's over to you.
Okay.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. Let's first start off with a little bit of an introduction into who Pharma Ledger is, and we can start to join the dots between brand protection and what Pharma Ledger is doing. Next slide, please. So Pharma Ledger, in a nutshell, Pharma Ledger is a consortia of 29 different organizations that have come together to explore blockchain and how blockchain could increase digital trust amongst the ecosystem players in the healthcare industry to share information and data in a trusted way, collaborate in new ways, and deliver services that we don't have today. So when we talk about brand protection and digital, it's quite interesting because digital provides great opportunities, but also there's some pitfalls there with this openness of the technology. So the idea of Pharma Ledger is to look into this technology and see what it holds for the healthcare industry. We're a 3-year project with 22 million euros of funding. And this comes from the IMI, the Innovative Medicines Initiative. It's the world's largest public-private partnership in healthcare. And there's part funding from the EU and EFPIA, which is the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industry Associations. So the consortia has these 29 partners. We have a blend of pharma companies, pharmaceutical companies, there's 12. We also have representatives from our end users like hospitals, hospital pharmacies, patient organizations, plus academia and tech companies to provide us with the expertise on the blockchain technology. We are focusing on 3 areas: supply chain, clinical trial, and health data. We're going to look at a couple of the use cases we've got in supply chain, and you can see how they link with brand protection. Next slide, please. All right, so when we started this journey in January last year, we had identified over 100 different use cases that we could potentially use blockchain for. In a 3-year project, you're not going to do 100 use cases, so we had to prioritize, and we got to these 8 use cases you can see here. They're all interesting to the healthcare ecosystem because they deliver value to lots of different stakeholders. You see there in the circle on the left-hand side. So the use cases we're going to talk about today are e-leaflet, or EPI, which stands for Electronic Product Information, and anti-counterfeiting. Next slide, please. All right, so what is Electronic Product Information, EPI? Well, it helps to first understand what PI is, product information. A good old paper leaflet is what we have in our products today. Typically, it's a piece of paper which is folded and put inside a carton with a pharmaceutical product. And I'd imagine most of you have seen one of these things, but just in case you haven't, there's a picture on the top right, which shows a typical one. And there's a human being behind that, just to give you a sense of scale. It's a challenge to read the print on this. Updates on instant, because of course you have to design the leaflet, print it, fold it, put it in a carton, then that needs to go through the supply chain. These things are costly to produce, and there's an environmental impact. You can imagine as an industry, we produce billions of these every year. The information that's in these leaflets is valuable because it helps the patient or the healthcare professional safely take the medicine. All right, so if this is such a good idea, why hasn't it happened yet? Well, this idea came up about 10 years ago, and there's lots of reasons why it hasn't happened. Life isn't black and white, right? There's no one particular reason why it hasn't happened. It's a culmination of things, but there is one thing for sure that needs to happen for this paradigm shift to occur, and this is trust. Health authorities need to trust that pharma companies will provide the information required under the regulations and not be using that digital channel to promote or upsell other products. Patients need to trust that what they're getting is correct and the latest information. I'm sure all of you know there's a lot of information on the internet. Some of it is trustworthy, a lot of it isn't. So how do we square this for something which is related to healthcare? And last but not least, there's the subject of interoperability. The digital world is forever expanding. The trend is for more digital, not less. And there's lots of other systems, digital systems in the healthcare world. So how do we interact with those to provide value to our customers and to ourselves as pharmaceutical companies? Next slide, please. All right, so a little bit more about the current state. We're in a paper world today. We've got health authorities who want to move from paper to electronic together with manufacturers. To do so, we think we need to look at the entire life cycle for the leaflet. It's not just about putting something on a phone, right? You've got to consider the paradigm shift for all parts of the life cycle. So creating a leaflet in the paper world is different to creating it in the digital world, and so on. Health authorities have published some guidance. Some leading health authorities have published guidance about how to do this, but as yet there is no digital solution. Okay, so we still got to figure that out. There are some national pilots that have occurred, which focus on the back end of the life cycle, but not the front end. And to get mass adoption of this, we think solving for manufacturers, health authorities, and patients will incentivize the change. So, okay, that's a little bit about the introduction. I'd now like to hand over to Patrick, who's going to take us through the future vision.
Okay, I can. Thanks. Can you all hear me properly?
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi all. My name is Patrick Maher. I work for Novartis. I'm one of the responsible persons for serialization aggregation, and I've also been working as part of PharmaLedger with Ken on the EPI use case. So, I mean, so far we've been talking about the leaflet, and you may be wondering what's this got to do with brand protection, etc., and why are we linking both of them? Why don't we just do the leaflet and let brand protection go and do its own thing? Well, they're actually quite interlinked, actually, but we'll come to that, and we can show you some stuff a bit later on. I hope that'll clarify that. What, as Ken said, we're looking at the whole life cycle of this leaflet. So you can see there on the left-hand side, we have the review and approval process. So that's between the pharmaceutical companies, the MAHs, and the health authorities of the different countries. That is done in different ways depending on different countries. It's quite regulated, it's quite standardized, but it's also could do with efficiency it brought into it as well. It takes a long time. I think it's about 9 months, 8 to 9 months or something between getting a change implemented, and then by the time that gets out into the market, it's another thing. So that's the left-hand side, the review and approval component of it. And then if we look at the right-hand side, which is the dissemination part, which is what most people think about EPI, we're not just looking at a leaflet on a phone. And as Ken said, we want to use that digital key to bring additional value into it. I mean, there's arguments to be made. You could put a QR code on the pack, scan it, and get the leaflet. That's technically possible, and it is done in some countries. However, with the serialization, and which is what we do a lot of, most of the markets now are either serialized or going towards serialization, all the major markets across the world. So in this example here, what we're looking to do is actually to be able to scan the data matrix code, which has got the GTIN, the serial number, the batch, and the expiration in there, and using this data, then provide the leaflet to the patient. But in doing so, we're also doing some very basic checks. So for example, when we scan this code, we want to check that does the GTIN and batch combination exist? Did the pharmaceutical company put that there? Did they create it? So in my example here, Novartis, as I work for them, would write onto the blockchain, onto the resolver component, the GTIN and the batch combination. So when we scan, so when the patient scans that code, they goes to the blockchain and it finds, okay, who wrote this to the blockchain? And it will say, okay, Novartis wrote this GTIN and batch combination to the blockchain. Then it will go, it'll take the hash link from there and it'll go into Novartis, and then we will check the serial number, the expiration date, etc. And then we would return a leaflet to the patient. Now, if we were only talking about a leaflet, we wouldn't be doing all of this. But what this connection, what this allows us to also do is to bring additional value. Like I said, we can check if the serial number is valid. Okay, we can check if the product has expired. We can also check if the batch exists or not. And in addition to that, we can also do batch recall. So we can set in the back-end systems, okay, this batch is subject to a recall. And then when the patient scans it or the person scans it, they would get a recall message, something similar like what you see on the screen right now. Obviously, all the user interface, etc., has to be worked upon, but that is what we're looking to do. So we're looking to bring additional value, stuff like adverse event reporting, the ability to do overt and covert features, the anti-counterfeit checks that many companies have implemented on their packaging materials. I think Alberto will maybe go into some more details on that later on. But if you would have a think about this solution here or with the proposal here, if you have any questions on it, put them in the chat now, and then we will try and get to them at some point. So in essence, the blockchain component here is that resolver. And that's a key component to it. So we are using a decentralized system. So there's no central database that everybody loads up to. So this is a solution that will work across the globe. So regardless whether it was Brazil, Europe, Canada, or whichever countries we're looking at doing. Okay, so that's what our concept here is. Ken, do you want to add, or Alberto, would you like to add anything to this? Anything, highlight any specific point?
Perhaps one point on the country agnostic feature. So it's worth saying that we are global businesses, and if you've got national pilots, which we do have today, there's something like I don't know, maybe a dozen countries around the world, a few more, that are piloting a solution. Because they're not looking at it end to end, and because they've just looked at it for their particular country, you've got an instance of a solution times a dozen. If you scale that up to the countries we do business in, which is around 170 globally, that's a lot of different solutions and a level of complexity to our business that can create a lot of chaos. You know, if you think about coordinating all of this kind of work in a systematic way, which ensures that the patient always gets the right information, it creates challenges as you have more variety. So the concept here is to drive towards a more global solution. Of course, we'd be naive to think that there would be one global solution that comes in one step. That's unlikely, but having fewer is definitely better for running a global operation. So I think that's a standout feature that helps us run our business in a stable and consistent way.
And the other point I should have highlighted there, Ken, is also the ability to give this batch-specific leaflet. There is a need which has been highlighted by the EMA in their documents about this need for a batch-specific leaflet, and it's the manufacturers will know that. So that is one of the reasons why we're looking to go back into the manufacturers. Okay.
Exactly. You know, I think with that 2D data matrix, the humble barcode, right? That came about in the pharma industry because of counterfeits, right? The counterfeit situation is a serious concern in the healthcare business. And the cool thing about this solution is it builds on that feature that was built for one purpose. You know, the industry has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this. We would use that digital asset, so it comes back into the interoperability, right? We use that digital asset, which is there for anti-counterfeiting, to add a number of other digital services that we can't access through it today. So it uses that data-rich code to enhance the experience with the patient and provide value.
Yeah, it should also just be worth mentioning that I think everybody on the call will know anyway that, I mean, the serial or the serialized code is just one of the features for anti-counterfeiting. I mean, we have the overt, covert features, you have TEP labeling, etc. So it's just one feature of the whole suite of features that we use on our packs today. Okay, so let's look at the digital key. Alberto, would you like to add anything onto this, or is that fine?
It's fine. I mean, we will talk about more about anti-counterfeit later.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So I think we may all know what's in the data matrix code, but essentially what we have in there is the typically speaking, this is what we have. We do have other parameters based on certain countries, like NHRNs, for example. And this is typically standard what you would see here for most serialization markets. Obviously, Russia is different to what we're showing here. Same with China. So this is basically what's in there. So we have our GTIN, which essentially ties to your product. Then we have the lot number, obviously specifically your batch or your lot, the expiration date, and then the serial number. And the serial number is unique to each box. So using all this data, we can utilize this code to do certain checks on when we scan the code, rather than just taking the GTIN and going off and getting a leaflet based on the GTIN. We can do batch specific stuff by taking the GTIN and the lot, making sure that that is correct, and then providing the leaflet or not providing the leaflet. The same with the expiration date. We can look at how that, if the product has expired, what should we do? There's also the topic there with expiration date of dynamic expiration date management, for example. That is something that is also of huge interest to the pharmaceutical companies. And then obviously with the serial number, then you can determine if this serial number, if this pack was produced by the manufacturing company or by the pharmaceutical company. Now, we often talk about serialization, but that is one code that's on our packs. We also have many other codes that are on our packs. So if we look from left to right here, so the serialized codes, which is what we're just showing. So the top left one is the one for the EU, US, etc., those markets. But then there's also other different ones that are out there. We have the one for China, which is the C128, the 1D barcode on the bottom left in that box. And then we also have the code for Russia, which has got the GTIN, the serial number, the crypto key, and a crypto code essentially in there. So it doesn't have the batch number and expiration date. So these codes provide additional challenges, but they're just challenges to be overcome. So they're the serialized. That's what typically you'll have serialized. And then a number of countries either had or will be going towards serialization. And the step to go towards that, they will have a non-serialized data matrix code. And then you can see this. So that's in the middle. So you also then have the code for Japan, which is the composite code. Now those two codes here, let me just put on the highlighter here. This may actually make it easier. So this code here and this code here have the same data. They both got the GTIN, the batch, and the expiration date. So the ability to scan both of these codes will end up, we can get some batch data specific. We can't obviously do a serial number check because there's obviously no serial number in there. But those codes for us are essentially the same. They contain the same data. Then we have typically what we would see, and maybe in more non-serialized markets, you have the EAN or JN codes or the UPC codes. These codes point to the product level. There's very little you can do with them in terms of anti-counterfeit checks. I mean, you can't, by scanning the code alone, you can't per se determine the batch or the expiration date, etc. for it. So there's limitations in what you can do with these codes. Okay. But there's also the possibility of digital fingerprinting, etc., to do additional checks that Alberto will come to later on, I think. And then we have on the right-hand side is the QR code. This tends to be an often spoke about one. So basically, this will just point to a specific location. That's typically what will happen here. And the problem that it fulfills a certain purpose, but it's essentially a digital dead end. So I could put this code on any pack and it will point to whichever website I wanted to go on. We see this often that some of our packs are actually falsified and they have QR codes on them that point to a legitimate website. So when the patient uses it, they get the impression that this is a genuine pack. So we run the risk with that of legitimizing fake medicines. But there is a place for them in going towards a more secured solution at the end of the day. Okay, so what we're looking at is not just, while serialization is obviously a big focus for us because we've invested so much in it, we're also looking at many other different codes and the abilities to get information, as much information as possible to the patient from there. Okay, Ken, I will hand over to you now so you can go through how realizing the opportunity. Okay.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay.
All right. So what are we doing about this? You've seen the vision. All right. What is our progress towards it? So we've been working since we started in January 2020 to build out the user stories, get our specs together, and by the end of last year, through some rapid prototyping, we pulled our first prototype together. It was quite a challenge being in 29 organizations in the COVID pandemic. It was challenging, but we managed to get there. Next click, please, Patrick. And our focus this year is on developing that first prototype. We had our second version launched in April. We're working on a third for Q3. We want to test these prototypes with our users to make sure that what we're doing is delivering value in their eyes, and we're getting feedback as to how it works. And the idea is to put all those learnings into a production grade version, which we can then test in the market through proof of concept and pilots. So we're working with a few select markets, what we would call the pioneer markets, in order to test the notions of value and develop the product further. We're focusing on the right-hand side of that vision, which is the dissemination piece right now for the early prototype. And as we get engagement with health authorities, we seek to understand where their pain points are in the review and approval process. We know that there's a very heavy administrative burden for doing the review and approval process as ourselves, as one manufacturer. But then when you look at that across the ecosystem, a health authority has to deal with hundreds of manufacturers. So that pain point is going to be magnified for them. So that will be an area to look into in the next couple of years. And then we see a launch of the e-leaflet occurring, and it's probably going to be a soft launch at the beginning, because you've got the paradigm shift of patients to go from the paper world to the electronic world. And rightly so, there's people in the industry that have concerns about access. So if you have a patient who isn't digitally able, how do they get the information? So we've got to solve some of those challenges. So what we see is, as value capture, is some efficiencies coming from that review and approval process, and we'll see improvements with digital access of information that wasn't there before. And then next, with the other use cases, we talked about recall, the anti-counterfeit checks, and so on. We can build those in. We've actually already started, and you'll see a demo later about how that looks. And at some point between now and 2027, we hope to see paper inserts being phased out. And that again triggers another set of value capture, not just to the patients getting this enhanced functionality for recall and other features, but also to the manufacturers as an impact to the company's bottom line. And then last click. Our goal in PharmaLedger is to have a digitally enabled healthcare system that improves health outcomes. And a legacy of PharmaLedger at the end of the project in 2022 will be PharmaLedger Next Gen. Not exactly sure what it's going to be called, but it will be a stand-up entity and not non-for-profit to run the blockchain and the use cases on it. And the idea is that would be a foundational platform which could be built on with other use cases in the future, thereby increasing the value of the blockchain and the trusted digital connection between manufacturers and patients. So that's the plan. It's worth mentioning at this point about stakeholders. We do have a lot of stakeholders in this project. I'm not going to go through everything on this slide, but just to point out, right, what you can see here is advantages coming to a number of stakeholders. And if we're to make this transformational change, we believe that if you can demonstrate benefits to all the ecosystem players, then the change is more likely to happen. So we've been working hard to understand where the value proposition is to each of these stakeholders and where we can have a positive impact. So I'm just going to pick one of them to talk about. It's just a personal one I like. In patient groups, wouldn't it be good if we could speed up access for breakthrough medicines? So an example, the company I work for has a cancer product. It was originally launched for lung cancer, and it's since got many new indications for which it can be used for. So if you've got a product for lung cancer, you then have a melanoma cancer, which you can treat. Wouldn't it be good, instead of waiting for that leaflet to be created and put in the pack and sent down the value chain, you know, there could be a 3-month lag there. Wouldn't it be great if you could just have it instantly? And that could really impact saving lives of patients. So that's one I like. Patrick, I know you've got a favorite on here.
Yeah, I think my one would probably be looking at the environmental aspects of it. The paper industry is very energy intensive, but it's also the case that I mean, when we looked for ourselves here, for example, for the amount of leaflets we produce, it's something probably like over 300 Olympic-sized swimming pools, or if not more, of water that's used in the production of that tonnage of paper. Now, a lot of that water is recycled, of course, and then you have the energy consumption associated with that. Now, I know that the paper industry does a lot to reduce the environmental impacts of it, but and then also the number of trees that are used, for example. I mean, we did some stuff like calculations based on the volume of paper that we have, or leaflets we have, that if we stacked it high, it's something like 170 kilometers high of paper if you just put it flat on the ground. We had another calculation that it was like, it would cover an area roughly the size of Liechtenstein when you spread them all out. And if you look at that from all other pharmaceutical companies included, then you can see the amount of paper that's actually used. And I kind of alluded to it earlier on. The paper, it's a bit of a conundrum, because the information that's on that leaflet is really, really important, and more people should actually read it. But most people, anecdotally at least, don't read it, and just they throw it straight in the bin. We also supply packs to to wholesalers, and they will just put all that paper in the bin, and they may replace it with something else, so they'll do additional work on it. So it has a huge impact for us across the board from an environmental perspective, all this paper. But the information that's on there is really, really critical, and it is becoming less socially acceptable to be wasting the limited resources that we have. So that would be, from my perspective, a huge improvement here. Okay, we'll go to the next one, I guess, right? So
yeah, so just a recap on building for the future. What we're seeing in the digital world with blockchain is the opportunity for what we call a value bundle. So in this particular instance, we're starting with EPI as a means to digitally connect with your patient. We don't have that today in the healthcare industry. Some other industries that are not regulated may be able to get that digital connection. It's hard for us. So we start with EPI, and then we layer on other valuable benefits. For example, an anti-counterfeit check. We've been talking with the World Health Organization about the anti-counterfeit problems in the African continent, and the challenges there for access for information, and the challenges around anti-counterfeit made this an interesting topic to discuss with them, how you can improve outcomes in lower income nations. But that's an example of just layering in two together. You layer on the batch recall for the safety versus event reporting. One I like is finished goods traceability. Okay, one of the things that is very, very difficult in any business is to balance supply and demand. So imagine if pharmacies are scanning the pack when they dispense. And we get a signal through the blockchain to say 1 unit has been consumed. You get a geolocator, but no private information about who has scanned it. That would enable you to understand real time what's being consumed. And thereby you could ensure your inventories are in the right place in the world so that patients don't have shortages, again, to improve health outcomes. So there's a whole, I mean, this is really the art of the possible, right? I mentioned we had over 100 use cases. You can just see a few in here, but this key principle around layering in value to have this blockchain enabled healthcare value chain is what we're seeking to do.
And I also think it's worth mentioning just the Gravitate Health, the IMI Gravitate Health project with that rather ambitious goals and very good goals, I will say, to have this to enable a platform as well for patient outcomes and personalized medicines, etc. Right? So. Yeah, and it's also worth noting that not every aspect here would be the pharmaceutical companies would not be involved in everything here. For example, the electronic health records, for example, there'd be other parts that we would not be necessarily involved in, right? Okay, so that's kind of the theory and the vision so far. So what have we done about it, right? That, I suppose, is the next question. So over the next 2 slides, and then I will quickly do a demo. I'm hoping I will be able to share my phone in a moment. But let me go through these slides first. These 2 slides, the 6 data matrix codes on them. So this is not just Novartis, right? From myself. So we have built a solution that we can scan the codes from any of the manufacturers that are participating on the platform. So you can see we have some samples here from Novartis, MSD, and GSK. With the data matrix code here, we've shown the information there too. So, and these are kind of the happy path route. So we scan this, we get the leaflet. There's no big deal about it because there's nothing wrong. And then we want to look at the unhappy path. So because the unhappy path or where something is going on, that is probably more interesting to some degree and challenging as well. So you can see 4, 5, and 6 here. So number 4, in this instance, we have set the serial number that this serial number is to be recalled. So imagine we produced a batch of 100,000 and we found an issue with 10,000 folding boxes. If we identified them, we could mark them as recalled or decommissioned or something so that when the patient scans them, they can be notified of it. Then the next one there, number 5, this product, there's actually nothing wrong. It's just past its expiration date. But we'd also look at the possibilities here of dynamic expiration date management on that, which is a key thing for the pharmaceutical companies and also for patient supply. And particularly probably now in these COVID times as well. And then number 6 here, then we have, this is kind of as an unknown serial number. So this serial number is not known. It wasn't uploaded as part of the batch. So is it a potential falsified pack? Was there a technical issue? There's lots of stuff to understand around that. Do you want to add a bit about the expiration date while I'm going to get prepared for this slide?
Sure. So one of the challenges we have in the pharma business is our goods are perishable. Okay, they have a certain shelf life. What we have to do as an industry, we have to do something called stability testing for our products to make sure that they're stable and they're effective, and there's a shelf life to that. What we have with new products, like in the case of the COVID vaccines, is we haven't had time to gather large pools of stability data. So that means we can only have a short shelf life on the product. And as we get more stability data, we can extend the shelf life out. So imagine if you've got hundreds of thousands of units on the market, and then you get some data that says you can extend the shelf life from 6 months to 12 months. Wouldn't it be better if you could do that electronically, inform the person scanning to say, yes, your product is down for expiration at the end of June, but actually it's okay till December. That helps us avoid wastage especially with COVID vaccines, where demand is higher than supply, and it avoids shortages. And obviously, we don't need to talk about the economic benefits of a vaccinated world. So it's a good case in point of how we could use this new tool to reduce wastage in the world and achieve better health outcomes for citizens.
Thanks, Ken. Okay, I think you can all see my screen now, right? Please let me know. I believe you can, right? You should see my DPI in it, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. You can see there's a number of apps here. The top left-hand one there is the pilot one for Germany. The bottom left is the one for Japan. We have other ones there. The one that we're looking at here is the bottom or the middle left one. Is the API is the one we've developed. It's the progressive web app that I will be showing you today. There's also we're going to look at the Android and iOS version as well. But for the purpose of this demo, we'll just use that. Okay. So this is essentially what it looks like. Now, just a bit of background on this. This app was developed with the intention of showing functionality. It wasn't developed with the intention of being the app that the patient would use. It's purely just to show functionality for now. We're looking at the whole user interface, and we have a team working on that with patient groups, etc., to bring the value, make it easier to use. Okay, so essentially, when I go to scan, it's going to tell me allow to use the camera. Okay, so this is a Novartis product. So I'm going to scan this, and note the batch is May 1701, because I'm going to, in the backend system, I'm going to change something in a few moments, and we will see something different. So I scan this code, and it will tell me then. I can get all the information for it here. I can see that it's the product, who the manufacturer is, the expiration date, all the details in the data matrix code. You can also see the serial number says verified, which essentially means the serial number is known. So when we scanned it, we know it. And then product status, now that term will be changed because I often get misunderstood in terms with the EU hub. But essentially what this is saying is the expiration date is fine. There's what is in that code is correct. It matches what we put up with the system. And then you can see something called Cosentix information, and later on you'll see it called something else, right? So we're trying to configure the system so it allows the different companies the ability to do different things. Please also note then this, you see serial number and product status here for this one. So by clicking on then the patient information, Cosentix information in this particular instance, we can get the leaflet here for the patient. Okay, so that's from the patient, from the e-leaflet perspective. Okay, now I'm going to scan the next code here, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to go in the backend system, and I'm going to set that batch that I had scanned. In the backend, I'm going to change this batch now to be recalled, for example. Okay, so I'm going to now update that batch in the background system. And while we're doing it now, it's now updating in the backend, and it's now going to be finished now. Okay, so I'm going to scan the same Novartis product again, so May 1701, and I'm going to, and it will hopefully tell me that this batch is now subject to a recall, and I just put today's date. Now, the information you put in that message is up to each company. This is just to show it's technically possible to do it. So that's one. They're the kind of stuff. They're the things that we're looking at doing. Okay, so and then we can determine whether or not we're going to show the leaflet or not. In this instance, we've said no, we're not going to show a leaflet in the case of a batch recall, but it could be configured to do so if we wished in the backend system. Okay, so now I'm just taking away that recall. So now in the next example here, this is the MSD product. Okay, so again, that's the product. We scan it, and in this example, you see very similar. You see like the product, the expiration, and all that information, but you don't see the serial number check and the product status. That was because this was disabled for this product. So the companies can determine what they want to do for what for which products and which markets, because this is key. Is very important that we don't lock companies into a specific fixed solution. They need to have the flexibility. And again, the leaflet is presented in the same way, regardless of the product to the patient. So then we have the GSK product here. So GSK product, we scan it, and you can see in this example, It's called patient information, not Cosentix information. You can configure that in the backend system. You have all this presented in the same way to the patient, and they get the information. Okay. Now there's a lot of other stuff that we're looking at doing here in this backend system, like the ability to search potential videos or whatever would be allowed to us to do. So technically we can do a lot. Then the next question is, are we allowed to do it from a regulatory perspective? And then I'd mentioned earlier about this recall. Okay, so in this example, this serial number was marked as recall. So we put that into this recalled bucket, for want of a better description, I guess. So we scan this code here, and then it'll just tell us that it's recalled. Okay, we can determine that it's recalled. And in this example, we're not showing the leaflet. Again, we could show the leaflet if we configure the system to do so. Okay, again, everything is presented the same way to the patient. Then this is the product is past its expiration date. Again, there's nothing actually wrong with the product at all. It's just past its expiration date. So we can determine it, and we can inform the patient it's past its expiration date. In this example, we're showing the leaflet. Maybe there's a situation where you wouldn't want to do it, or you may tell them, no, please don't take this under any circumstances. That will be up to each company to determine itself. So there can be the unhappy path type scenarios. And now one of the anti-counterfeit checks that we have here is, so this is an unknown serial number. So basically, I just added an A to the serial number and includes the data matrix code. So it's the same as the code that was produced earlier. So we scan this code, and it tells us that the serial number check has failed. And in this example, it's being configured not to show the leaflet, but we could show the leaflet in this example if we wanted to do so. We just want to show the possibilities that are there for each company. Okay, if you have any questions on this, please feel free to ask. If you'd like additional information, we're here obviously as well. So Alberto, would you like to add anything else before I stop sharing? Is that you would like to point out specifically?
Just to say, please use the chat for the questions. Unfortunately, we can't have a dialogue, but if you put your thoughts down on the chat, we will have around 15 minutes after Alberto's presentation for Q&A. So it's going to be a lot more interesting if we have the cues, we have the questions. So please don't be shy and ask away. Over to you, Alberto.
Yeah. Let me just reshare my screen again, and let me know when you can see it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, all.
Well, thank you. Thanks to, both of you, Ken and Patrick, for this overview on EPI. So now we are turning to the anti-counterfeiting use case, which actually builds on this electronic product information. So my name is Alberto Lopez, and I'm Innovation Manager at the INCM. And probably that acronym doesn't say much. So that's the Portuguese Mint and National Printing Office in Lisbon. And I'm also the co-lead, together with a colleague from Novartis, of the anti-counterfeiting use case in PharmaLedger. So before we jump into the use case, let's just review some background on why counterfeiting is critical. So we all know that illicit trade in the counterfeit and pirated goods is a significant and growing problem. So we have there that in 2016, international trade in counterfeit pharmaceuticals reached over $4 billion. And while this poses a threat to public health and safety, it enriches criminals. Counterfeit medicines affect society in many different ways. So for example, patients who fall victim to low quality counterfeit products that may not treat their medical needs may end up losing their confidence in healthcare professionals and health systems, and eventually their lives. And also, as bad quality counterfeit medicines are often not properly formulated, they may actually contain ingredients that pose a threat to public health. And then if we look at the economic impact, counterfeit medicines may also result in higher healthcare costs, as patients may require additional treatment to deal with potential adverse effects of ineffective or damaging drugs. And then ultimately, governments may be forced to dedicate resources to develop and implement regulatory measures against this kind of crime. As we also heard in the previous discussion, the previous presentation, criminals have also now found a way to benefit from the increasing trends in e-commerce and the purchase of pharmaceutical products online. And so the WHO, the World Health Organization, has estimated that over half of the medicines purchased over the internet from illegal sites are actually counterfeits. But however, the vast majority of us are likely to be unable to detect counterfeit products on our own. So in the next slide, we have a diagram that depicts what we are working on and currently developing, so on the anti-counterfeiting side. So the top line, starting with the patient, is the EPI, or electronic product information, that you just heard about from Ken and Patrick. And in the anti-counterfeiting use case, we build on that, taking the information, so the same information that's embedded in the data matrix, and use it to perform some additional checks. And actually, so Ken and Patrick already described some of them. So the first one would be a check on whether the product the user just scanned has an e-leaflet associated or not. So that would be a check on the combination of GTIN and batch. The second, does it have a valid serial number? So that would be the second check. Then the third one, is the product stack correct? So has it been released to the market, or has it been reported stolen, or should it have been destroyed a few months ago? That's also something that was mentioned previously. And then the fourth check is something that we have not talked, or maybe you did until now. So is whether or not there is a distinctive feature, so what we are calling an authentication feature, that it's embedded in the packaging, which actually allows for the identification and potentially authentication of the medicine box. And that can be checked either by the naked eye or with a smartphone. And then finally, we will also be running checks on suspect products, also relying on the information that we will have in our data collaboration tool. So in the next row, so those are the 5 checks. We call them multi-factor product authentication. And then in the next row, so we are going to look a bit closer at the fourth of those checks. So if the product has an authentication feature, then the user, the consumer of the medicine, patient, will be able to actually to choose whether to check it or not, and then the app will guide them in the process. So either by instructing them to look for something, so for example, describing the presence of a tamper evidence seal, so something that we can see with our bare eyes, or using the camera of our smartphone to take a picture of that feature, and then check it using a backend system, and then return the results to the patient. So our intention is that all of this provides a higher degree of confidence in the authenticity of the product, which ideally then increases the trust of the patient in the product and its quality and the manufacturer, the brand. So finally, we arrive at the last row in our information flow. So we have the anti-counterfeiting data collaboration platform, or ACDC. So in this platform, so we aim at using data from the industry, from checks and transactions from across all different medicines and different geographies to get better insights and enable real-time reporting and alerts to see where the counterfeit problems are and how they could be addressed in a more effective manner rather than just by looking at an individual level. And we will do so using a consolidation or big data approach. And we're going to talk about that in a second. So let's go back to the authentication feature check. So as you all know, by authentication, what we mean is essentially asking the question, is the product that we have in our hands genuine or false? So equipping or embedding these kind of features, be it overt or covert, guarantees to a certain extent that the authenticity of the medicines that we just purchased, and then that protects us as patients and also the producer's brand and reputation. So on this slide, you can see one of the examples of an authentication feature that the PharmaLedger app will be able to validate. And it's called Unicode, and it's actually produced by the Portuguese Mint. And it's already used in Portuguese tax stamps and by some Portuguese wine producers. So this Unicode is not simply a 2D code, but rather a combination of several security elements. And as you can see in the descriptions in the image. So the presence of different elements can be used to encode a message that contains information that can be used to match or validate another of the features in the stamp. So the combination of all these elements allows us to provide a unique identifier that is configurable, and we can adapt it to any product, to a particular medicine box. The PharmaLedger app, I mean, this is only one possible security feature or authentication feature. The PharmaLedger app will be able to validate authentication features from different feature providers, and we are working with them, including those that are currently embedded in different medicine packages. So we are working to ensure that the integration and the validation of additional features is actually seamless. So the use of a common app to check the features using a different backend system will enable the pharmaceutical industry to keep their current processes as they are, so without disrupting. And this way, we hope to be able to give patients the ability to validate authentication features or medicine packages with just relying on their smartphones. So if we go to the next slide, yeah. So if you remember from our first diagram, we had this multi-factor product authentication, and that was one part of the use case. And then another part is the AC/DC. So here, I mean, there is a presentation of the AC/DC at a conceptual high level. So the data collaboration tool will be receiving data from different sources, as I just said. So first and foremost, the different checks that are performed with the PharmaLedger app, and the results to all of those checks. Those will be stored in the AC/DC. Then we will also, the AC/DC will also be receiving additional information, for example, from manufacturers, pharma companies, such as certain business rules, and also other environmental information that may be necessary to perform some of the analysis in the platform. But it is important to highlight that, so we are building the AC/DC, because we're talking about data, but we are building the AC/DC in a way that the confidentiality of the data coming from the checks or coming from the manufacturers or other sources is preserved and protected. So the AC/DC, we believe that it will bring value by consolidating all this information and then performing tests and controls in its analytical module. The access to the AC/DC will be restricted. So,
oh, sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. Yeah, so it's just the access. So it will be restricted to manufacturers. Again, by respecting the privacy of each pharma company, and we will potentially, I mean, it can be extended to law enforcement and authorities so that they are actually able to take action more swiftly on these issues. And then, yeah, so the last slide was just a summary of what we just went over. So, I mean, we are using emerging blockchain technologies to, I think, give patients a very powerful tool. And actually, by consolidating all the data that is generated, we would all be able to get some insights to fight the counterfeiting issue on a global scale. So I think that, yeah, that's enough.
Okay, thank you, Alberto.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a question from Aria Ferrero. The PharmaLedger blockchain you use, how many transaction X session is capable to process?
This is where we could do with our technical leads to answer that question. I don't know the exact number, and maybe Alberto or Patrick could add to this, but what we do know, when we've asked the technical folks to, like from our user requirements, can the blockchain handle the volume that we were talking about? The answer that came back was yes, but I honestly can't remember what it was. Can you remember, Patrick?
No, it can't. The other thing to note here is that what we're writing to the blockchain is literally, there's no data per se written to the blockchain. All the serial numbers, leaflets, etc. These features are off-chain. So what's on the blockchain is just the anchor or the link, the pointer to where to find the information. But I don't know the number of transactions. Sorry, well, I will note it down and I will ask. Yeah.
And I think the point about the transfer of data, like all the heavy stuff, like you imagine an e-leaflet file, I don't know, let's say that's a megabyte. It's probably less, but let's say it's a megabyte. That's held what's known as off-chain. The actual transaction itself is just a few bytes. It's a small amount of information. But then as the blockchain grows, like when you get to the anti-counterfeit use case where there's information going between parties, and then of course there's an additive block that gets put on the previous block, so that you've got the audit history that increases over time. But again, it's very, very small amounts of data that's in there. So
Ken,
yeah,
all we can do,
we'll have to
Ken,
take that action to get the number. Great question.
No, it's a great question. I've never had that question before, so that was quite good. Thank you. But we will ask the colleagues and come back if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, there is one more question, and that is, will this EPI system be effective for all medical products within the EU or only for product registered via a centralized procedure?
We have, I'm going to remember correctly, I hope I remember correctly, with 4 procedures in the EU. The procedure that is registered by this will not impact it. What will be impact in our solution will be the, if you remember the left-hand side, the review and approval part, because there's obviously the different procedures. So we've actually mapped out the centralized procedure to look at that part of the process. And then the same would need to be done for other. Would need to be done for other the other procedures, but the intention would be that it would be not just for the centralized procedure. And also, it's also important to state that we're also looking at not just the serialized products in the EU as well. Okay.
So there is one last question, and that is, how Pharma Ledger enable healthcare application across the industries?
Ken, maybe I didn't get that question, but
okay, let me repeat it for you. How Pharma Ledger enable healthcare applications across the industry? Is that clear to you now? Okay.
Not really.
Okay.
Let me try and. There's not enough words in there for a question for me, but trying to understand. It sounds like what we're trying to understand is how is it going to be used across the industry. So, Pharma Ledger has pulled together 29 different organizations, 12 pharmaceutical companies. It's obviously more than 12 pharmaceutical companies in the world, right? And for adoption of a solution from a patient perspective, it would be a nightmare to have a GSK app, a Novartis app, a Novo Nordisk app, an MSD app. I mean, patients aren't going to really like that. As a patient, because we're all patients, right? As a patient, I just want to get what I want. So the idea is to have an app which would be pharma company agnostic. The app would get whatever information you want. So this would be open. The solution is open to all pharmaceutical companies to adopt. With adoption, we know you always have early adopters, you have close followers, you have laggards, right? With any new technology adoption. So we're working really hard with other industry associations to showcase the solution, get input into its design, and get adoption. So that will help. So that's where we are on the journey.
And Ken, I think it's also important to state here too that like while we've shown the app, right, the intention is not that there's one app to rule everything. It's more integration into existing apps. So if countries and regions have apps that are currently in use, we would look to integrate with them, so for market adoption. It's all about having this adopted by persons and keeping the barriers as low as possible.
Exactly, and just a couple of case in points. Okay, in Germany, there's been a great piece of work done on e-leaflet. It started in 2016. industry consortia in Germany has developed an app which is usable by the pharma companies that are in the consortia, and it really is a nice job. It really is good, but it has limited features. It's only using the GTIN from the barcode. It's not using the other bits of data to provide additional services. And the pilot hasn't been fully successful in that Germany isn't paperless. So we are working with the German folks to see if we can add additional value, increase the driver for adoption of the e-leaflet solution whilst lowering the barriers. We don't want to replace the GI 4.0 app. That is so good. What we would like to do is layer in the functionality, the back-end functionality to deliver additional services. So if something is good and it's out there and it's adopted, we would rather stick with that and use that. Now, from the other angle, there are also movements with other ecosystem players. So, for example, in the UK, there's the NHS app. The NHS app allows you to get access to your healthcare records, and it's probably going to be used as a COVID passport in the future. So wouldn't it be good if you could use that app as well to scan your medicines and store the product information in your own medicine cabinet? So if you've got chronic illnesses, you've got access to all the information you want at your fingertips. Maybe you even get push notifications if there's an update. So there's a whole wealth of possibilities about that top end of the stack. The stack is your platform, middleware, and the app. Very, very flexible with how you do the app. But you've got to start somewhere. And what we've chosen to do in PharmaLedger is to create an app to give something for stakeholders to prod at, poke at, give feedback, let us know what they like, what they don't like, and to accelerate the development.
I think we should also mention that it's we don't have all the answers to all the questions, right? And neither we don't know all the questions either. So there's a lot of learnings as we go, as we talk to different people, give different perspectives. It's always beneficial to discuss these things and get different opinions and different thoughts. So, okay, I think, Ken, we're on time now, I believe, right? So we should not delay too much more.
Well, thank you so much, each of one of you. It was an engaging session. I personally really enjoyed listening to your presentation, and I really like the way Patrick explained all about the app. It was such an amazing presentation by all you. Thank you so much, and we wish you a best of luck, and we hope to see you again with us in future. Thank you so much.
Thanks all.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now let's move on to our 7th session, in which our presenter is Jaroslaw Jankowski. He is a General Manager and a Lead Counsel Asia at Simon. He will be sharing his view on IPR strategy for collaboration projects and regulatory accepts with the technology of IA and IoT. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. Hello, Jaroslaw, how are you?
Hello, all good. Thank you. Thank you for the kind invitation, the kind introduction. Please let me know whether you would see my screen.
We are seeing your screen. You can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. So in the course of the preparation, I decided to a bit streamline also the subject matter, because I believe that what is very important for the whole industry when we look at the product innovations. So we right now looking at the regulatory changes that are affecting artificial intelligence innovations and also IoT related devices and the solutions that are available on the market. That's why in this presentation, let me please focus firstly on the AI and IoT regulatory aspects, as I said, and in the second part, if there will be still a chance to have enough time, then I would just like to talk about what are the collaboration projects related to the AI and IoT development of the innovations, and what are the things that's on the market we are paying attention or trying to address inside such collaborations. First of all, you can ask yourself, why at all someone from Siemens is going to talk about AI and IoT, but in our organization that has been established already in the middle of the 19th century, in fact, we have been shaping the industrial revolutions number 2, 3.0, and 4.0, which means that we started from the moment when back in 19th century we were thinking about electrification, then about how to automate the production. And right now we are looking how we can digitalize the industry and the markets that we are operating in, including both on the artificial intelligence systems and both also on the Internet of Things solutions that we provide. Therefore, we have already we are shaping the future of the industry 4.0. That's why I'll be very happy to also to share a couple of the insights that are related to our business and how we are also providing, how we are matching this digitalization with the regulatory changes itself. In terms of the Internet of Things, and it is not just a buzzword that exists, as the fancy acronym here and there, but it is the reality. So maybe just to give you some feedback from the industry itself. Right now, the digital twins of the products, of the infrastructure, of the whole cities, it is something that is almost a must thing for any of the customers, and this is something that also allows to make reasonable and timely decisions. Because what we do, we effectively whenever you are looking at, we collect enormous number of the data. In order to make use of that data, it's not just to collect them, but also to analyze them, to design also the algorithms that would allow to process that data and to draw certain solutions or certain decisions based on that data for either machine learning, for deep learning, etc. That's why the Internet of Things, which is in fact related to creating digital twin of any type of the tangible assets, that's something that is already reality, and that's something that is all around us, whether we like it or not. So that's why I would like just to indicate that that was also correlation between Internet of Things and AI. Behind any digital twin, in order to allow machine learning and to do simulation of the product's infrastructure, or to do also meaningful processing of that data that we are collecting, then obviously the AI system plays vital role. That's why whenever we talk about Internet of Things, in most of the cases, we talk about AI systems that are powering and generating all of the solutions in that industry. Therefore, when we look at the regulatory challenges of the AI, we talk obviously about regulatory challenges for all of us that are operating on the business, also in terms of the how to protect also the innovation generated by AI systems or that are stemming from these IoT solutions. And obviously AI is a big thing, because it goes without saying that probably no other solution technology on the market raises so much ethical and legal concerns. And obviously it's not just concerns, this is a real fear from the market or stakeholders about how to address that, how to control that, how to create human oversight over these AI systems. What if AI system would become more powerful than the programmer that is behind the coding lines that has been the basis for the AI? So obviously these are the challenges not just on the market, but the challenges that also our lawmakers are facing and trying to address. In terms of the AI itself, when we are thinking about AI, you normally try to visualize it somehow. When I think about AI, I normally, my first connotation is like, oh, I think about this humanoid robot from that got this citizenship in Saudi Arabia, Sophia. Yeah, it's like, because I always try to make it more tangible. It is obviously AI system in the software that has been put in the device on the robot itself that allows it to make decisions, that it allows it to move it to be like humankind. Yeah. At the same time, you can also visualize it differently, like any type of the chatbots that also, especially in the fintech, are very popular, that are allowing to address, for instance, or consider the mortgage applications or assess your credit worthiness or what's the credit risk that could be given there. Are also powered by the AI systems that have certain algorithms included, and they're already based on the data that are collected, are able to make certain type of decisions. So obviously AI system is behind that. But personally, when I also try to visualize AI, I normally think about huge lines of codes and algorithms, because effectively, whenever we talk about AI, we talk either software-based AI that is acting in this virtual world, either stored on the cloud, and then yes, we have access that via our computer, or we talk about the AI system that are embedded in the hardware devices, such as Sophia would be typical hardware device when the AI is powering and all of the decision making is behind that. But obviously, we've talked about lines of codes. This is also the greatest challenge also in terms of the protecting your innovations. Why? Because first of all, this is a huge number of the lines of codes. This is not just, and just to understand, 1 million of the lines of codes stands for 18,000 printed pages. Yeah. So whenever we talk about AI itself, that are systems that are behind that, when we talk about the Boeing Dreamliner, it has already 40 million lines of codes. TikTok, this application to show, to track these the funny videos, and all of the algorithm that is For You algorithm, which is the main valuable asset behind TikTok app, is the algorithm For You that is able to recognize based on the way how you talk, what is your background, what you are wearing, what are your preferences on the market. So it's kind of or is able to already promote the content that you like, that the algorithm believes that you are fancy to watch and or to be interested in. And obviously that the whole algorithm is just based on the lines of code, like 50 million. Microsoft, Facebook, Ford, so basically also the new car is already having 100 million. But what is even more interesting, that the whole Google have 2 billion, but you can be asking, okay, what can be more advanced in terms of the AI systems other than the Google systems, Google Maps, Gmails, etc. It is our human DNA. Still, we are far above any of the AI system in terms of the lines of code, which means that if you like to translate all of the lines of code that are integrated into our DNA, that would be still, as you see, almost 1/2 higher, more lines of codes compared to the Google, all of the online services. What does it mean, these lines of codes? It effectively means that there is a number of the regulatory challenges related to that. First of all, how to maintain all of these lines of code in terms of the security updates, patches, etc. Yeah, how you even want to regulate the algorithms that are going to create the innovations. Yeah, algorithm is not person. It's not person itself. It's just, of course, there's some innovators standing behind all these algorithms. But how to even not only protect the AI itself, but also how to protect these innovations that have been created by that. Obviously you talk about who then is taking responsibility if these innovations are going to create any damage, or then you can obviously talk about the how to also prevent from the bias that has been done by the innovators or programmers that have been, once they have been creating the AI system itself. And these are the real and tangible as well challenges, because obviously, like and now we're not going to that details, because that's, I think, it's also well known on the market, and all of us, we are aware that obviously AI generated innovations are facing a hell of problems on the market. First of all, you cannot patent them, because both European Patent Office and the US offices are rejecting to rejecting to allow AI systems to become the inventor, recognize them as the inventor of the patents, which means that only the human person or can stand behind the patents itself. If you talk about copyrights, it's the same case. European Court of Justice has determined that only the human authorship can be subject to copyrights, which means that even if you talk about AI generated copyrighted products that would normally fall under that category, cannot be subject to the intellectual property right protection, which is obviously a big problem. That, question mark, what then is left to really protect your AI generated innovations. Obviously, it seems that the one way to do it is like by applying the trade secrets as such, but it's still it's still subject to discussions whether it's really the most effective way to do it. In order just to be more meaningful, I really like this case because it really shows to touch the point about what is the really importance of really protecting these AI generated innovations. One of that is one of the very interesting projects that took place in Netherlands recently, I think 2 years or 3 years ago. It was when the AI system was analyzing we're analyzing all of the all of the paintings that have been painted by Rembrandt, and based on all of the collected data, they try to create a common denominator. And then based on all of this data, using the 3D printing, they have painted a new painting that is called Next Rembrandt painting that would be following the style and the mechanisms and the preferences that Rembrandt itself have been implementing in the past. And the name of the whole art piece is Next Rembrandt. I highly encourage everyone to have a look at that, because that's also the practical shows really what are the challenges for these people that were standing behind these AI systems, that effectively the piecework that they create, it's not subject to copyrights because it's not authorship. So question mark, how you even protect that itself. So once you have these challenges, obviously you have also the two different approaches. One is the business approach that normally you always think about, okay, what type of the mitigation measures you want to implement, because and how we are going to proceed with our AI generated innovations. Yeah. Obviously, second one, more academic, is one that is questioning why at all you need to have the AI innovations. Is it really good for society? Are you really going to implement these AI systems behind your for your future development? And these are the and these questions are very, very, very valid, especially to strike the balance between facilitating AI innovations and really fostering trust in AI. Because ultimately, it goes without saying that AI systems, whether we like it or whether we don't like it, are going to be used in our systems, are going to become integral part of our daily life, that we are already making use of that. Either if you open your mobile, open your computer, and just look around yourself, there will be a number of the AI systems already in place. Therefore, like this is just the future. And at the same time, but how to allow this development of the AI systems to become, first of all, how to become transparent, accountable in terms of the AI system, how to allow also people to understand and explain what was the decision making behind the AI system decisions, how to really allow this human-centric approach of the AI. And in terms of the and these are the challenges that were also picked up by the European Union lawmakers. As of now, there's no comprehensive legal framework that exists in the world. Yeah, but what exists is exactly what European Union and lawmakers from the European Union were proceeding for the last years or a few months. And Europe is always trying to become the best whenever and just it's like very competitive spirit. Yeah, we after the big success of the general data protection regulation, we became the landmark, and that has been somehow affecting all other data privacy industry. Right now the European Union has the very same intention to become the leader of the AI regulations and to become the first one to really implement the comprehensive legal framework to allow for this stable development of the AI systems. How it has been started? It started with the ethical aspects, and that's, I would say, common aspect for the global trends, when instead of jumping on the deep water but trying to impose certain legal regulations, normally the lawmakers started with the non-binding ethical aspects, and there have been obviously issued these ethical guidelines for the trustworthy AI from back in 2019 that are already trying to transmit certain type of the requirements that we effectively are going to be validated and enforceable under the binding legal framework. As of now, it's still non-binding, so these are still directions or indications that have been given to the market, unless you are in the specific industry such as fintech. Then obviously you are having the separate set of the binding rules, ethical rules that you need to follow. Yeah, but obviously the main message that the European Union lawmaker is trying to transmit is that please take into consideration that ethics by design, that is very similar concept to the privacy by design or the cybersecurity by design. It's just following very similar model, like to already think about ethical aspects while designing the AI systems, in order to make sure that these are also the robust system that will not create any damage on the market later. Right now we are in this transitional period in Europe, where after this ethical aspects, there is right now a number of the legislative incentives taken by both European Parliament and European Commission. It has started already 2018, but the most notable regulations that have been already put in place is back in October last year, when the European Parliament took a number of the resolution about artificial intelligence, also including the protection of the intellectual property rights. That were, I will go about that. I will just talk about that a few slides later. But this is very important piece of the resolutions that are really like touching also the pain points on the market. You know, whether the current intellectual property regime is at all fit to address and accommodate the needs of the AI systems and the development of the technology. 2 months ago, in the middle of April, the draft of the regulation has been published by European Commission. This is the beginning of the legislative process. But why it is important? Because obviously it will be still subject to review by European Parliament. But already European Commission is putting the first comprehensive legal framework that is available worldwide that is going to address and regulate the AI system as such. That's why I highly recommend everyone that are involved in the AI systems to really have a look at that, because that you already have a number of the very important information for your developers, for your management decision making. Obviously, once the legislative process will be completed, it's likely expected within 18 months to complete that. Then we can expect, I would say, GDPR of the AI to be implemented. When we look at what would be also transition period before the when the regulation will come into force between the adoption and the enforcement, then obviously we are looking at the probably year 2027, 2026. So it's still like long way ahead in terms of when the regulation will become enforceable in the full way. But I think it's the moment, if we talk about sustainable business development of your AI systems, already the moment when you should look at what are the prerequisites, what are requirements that have been imposed on us. Just a quick words of the explanation on the EU ethics that has been done. Obviously, they are based on the 3 components where there's expectation that trustworthy AI systems should be always subject to the, that is being the lawful, ethical, robust. There is a number of these requirements that have been already imposed, but these are still, as I said, non-binding regulations that are referring to the 4 different values coming from the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, when they always put at the prevention of harm, fairness, respect for human autonomy, explicability as the key foundation for an AI system. In terms of, and you could already see that these ethical aspects have been already affected or had already stimulated all other lawmakers worldwide to also follow the path. And there's a number of the different AI ethical guidelines implemented by probably most of the jurisdictions that are already having really this common denominator as such to put the same or very similar set of the ethical rules, irrespective of the AI systems have been generated in UK or Japan or South Korea. But coming back to the legislative process, so on the ethical side, then there's this non-binding rule. Right now, we are in the moment that has been initiated by the European Parliament last October, when the European Parliament and all of the EU member states have made resolutions about the 3 aspects: ethics for the AI, liability of AI, intellectual property right aspects of the AI. For the liability concept, European Parliament has suggested that you must make distinction between high-risk AI and the other AI, because the high-risk AI, so basically taking really this risk-based approach, so not just regulated each and every AI and require the same set of the obligations from the developers, but obviously try to select and predefine which are the AI that can impose or have the significant risk to cause harm or damage beyond what could be normally expected. And as it comes to high-risk AI, then the European Parliament has demanded that they should be subject to a strict liability, which means that there's no fault of the operator required in order to establish the liability for the operators, and any type of the exclusion of liability would be already considered as the null and void. In terms of the maximum damages, even the European Parliament went so far that it has implemented a number of the threshold or insurance policy that would be required from the operators to be put in place in order to secure potential damages, and also to extend the limitation periods to also submit certain type of the claims by the claimant towards the AI systems and the operators. And obviously, European Parliament has also made distinction between the front-end and back-end operators, saying that irrespective whether you are the one that is exercising the control over the operation and function of the AI system, and you are really benefiting from its operation, whether you are the backend, so you are just doing the providing and defining the technology and doing the support services behind the curtain, still you are going to be subject to the same joint and several liability. So these are very interesting concepts that the European Parliament already put in place as it comes to liability regime. In terms of the intellectual property rights, European Parliament went even one step further. Because what they said, they clearly identified that there's a problem on the market, how you are going to protect your innovations generated by the AI. They understand that copyrights are not a good solution because effectively they are, according to current regulations, copyrights cannot be granted to AI systems. And European Parliament said that in order that there's a need to adapt the whole intellectual property right regulatory framework to address the AI developments and technology that stands behind that. And that's, I would say, there is the key key point that European Parliament identified and flagged to the market, saying that we are aware, we are aware about the challenges that you are having on the market. We know that you cannot patent your innovations. We know that the AI have no legal personality. We know what you are telling us, and we are going to do something about that by suggesting the absolutely different regulatory framework that is going to address all of our pain points right now on the market. And what happened later? So, in October 2020, European Parliament, after making these statements and resolutions, all of us, we got excited that it's like the new change is going to come, and suddenly, and European Commission has responded to that. And in April, they have issued I would say, first worldwide comprehensive legal framework, which is still the draft, as I said, but will be subject to the legislative process right now. And unfortunately, the European Commission didn't follow some of the ideas from the European Parliament, unfortunately. So there's nothing about civil liability regime. There's nothing about intellectual property rights regime. All what European Commission is concentrating is about looking from the individual perspective, how we are going to protect from the AI risk, instead of giving some solution to the business, to the market, saying how we are going to protect AI. They're saying, okay, how society should be protected by AI itself. So obviously some of the aspects are very similar to GDPR. That's why already this regulation is often compared to the GDPR of the AI, where in terms of the extraterritorial scope, when there is a very extensive applicability of that regulation. When we talk about penalties for infringement, very similar again concept referring to GDPR, that is referring to the worldwide annual turnover of the companies to establish the penalties for the breach of the regulation. And at the same time, also the form of the regulation, which is directly applicable to the countries, that allows to harmonize the regulations, has been already suggested by the European Commission as well. In terms of what is a very interesting concept is this, again, this risk-based approach towards AI. So the European Commission is making distinction between 4 types of the AI. First one is the one that are unacceptable. So the one that are they will be consequently prohibited on the market. So we talk about AI systems that are exploiting vulnerabilities or implementing any type of the social scoring by the governments, like very similar to what China has implemented. And the second category is the high risk AI systems that will be subject to the strict and mandatory rules. So these are the ones that are raising the highest number of the concerns right now, because also the definition of the high risk AI has not been, I think, that clear to the market. Then we talk about the 2 other type of the AI, low risk AI systems and minimal risk. And the only obligation of the operators are related to the information to the users that are interacting with the AI, that they are interacting with the AI system itself. So So obviously, consequently, you will see probably this pyramid in the future a few times, because that is exactly related to this, to the concept. The higher there is, the stricter the rules are, and obviously the one on the top are the one that are prohibited, unacceptable risk. The high risk is the one that will be subject to really these extensive obligations, and to others which are quite softly taken. For the sake of the time, please let me skip like these two slides that are related to this imperfect definition of the high-risk AI systems. It is just for the industries that you are operating in. I would definitely have a clear look, because the European Commission has already made an attempt to identify that as long as you are operating in certain type of the industries, any AI system that's going to be used by you will be falling under high risk category. That's I would say also a questionable concept whether it's really a good approach here. But so please have a look at you are in one of these industries. Obviously, then you are going to already better you have a look quickly at what are the related or corresponding obligations of that. So these are the type of the corresponding obligation when we talk about, CE conformity marking that we must be attached to the AI tangible system, technical documentations, keeping the records, etc. That will obviously affect all of the key stakeholders that are using AI systems. But so we talk obviously about not just operators, but also providers, distributors, importers, or even third parties, as long as they are going to attach their trademark towards AI system powered systems. In terms of the key aspects of that, obviously when we talk about the protection of the innovations, like unfortunately draft regulation is like totally silent about that, and definitely European Parliament is going to go back to that subject. When we really think about sustainable development of the AI, you must provide the key business stakeholders with the opportunity to protect the AI. It's basically unacceptable, the current situation when we are still not allowed to really guarantee that our innovations are going to be subject to protection. Obviously, there's a number of the challenges in terms of the civil liability, in terms of the very poor language used to describe about high-risk categories, which will really affect all of us. Because if we talk about all of the compliance obligations related to the keeping AI being compatible with the draft regulation, we talk about huge challenges and huge costs involved, the same as we incur this cost to ensure that we are complying with the GDPR regulations. And obviously, as I said, EU regulation marks the beginning, not the end of the AI regulatory process. So I would expect that the next 18 months of the legislative process will be very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, what will be the feedback from the market, also from the European Parliament, because ultimately it must be adopted by the European Parliament. So obviously, I would expect also the roller coaster type of the developments also in the coming 18 months. But I think there will be very interesting time for all of us professionals that are looking at the protection of the AI-generated innovations. From my end, many thanks for your attention, because I think we are just on time. So if there are any questions, I would be very happy to address them now.
Well, thank you, Jaroslav, for your engrossing presentation. It was a super session. And I request the audience that if they have any questions regarding his presentation, you can ask him in the QA session. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. I would be happy to address all of these questions in the chat. Thank you a lot, colleagues. All the best.
Okay. Okay, now let me welcome you to our panel discussion. And the topic for our panel discussion is brand protection as a consumer protection. With me, we have Philip Van Gill. He is a director, Illicit Trade Strategy and Prevention Africa and Duty Free from Philip Morris International. We have Whitney Rajit Brunakul. She is a legal director from Loria, and Deboreta Chaudhary, who is the Legal Director Anti-Counterfeit from Nestle, who have an interesting mix of experts and experience from tobacco, cosmetics, and FMCG sectors. I request the audience that if they have any question during the panel discussion, they can ask in the QA session so that the panelists can answer them at the end of the discussion. So let's start our panel discussion with each of you giving a 1-minute intro of who you are and what you do. Philip, first you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you again for this invitation. I'm happy to be with his team co-panelist on this session. So I'm based in Belgium, worked for 29 years for Philip Morris, had essentially general manager's role in many territories, which includes Egypt, Israel, West Africa, Denmark. And now back to the OC, taking care of illicit trade prevention in Africa and Middle East.
Okay. Whitney?
Hi, everybody. I'm Watini. I'm based in Bangkok. I have 8 years experience in the IP lawyer in the external IP law firm, and then have another 15 years as an in-house lawyer in Unilever, GlaxoSmithKline Thailand, and just recently joined L'Oreal as a legal director covering Thailand and Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos.
Okay, thank you, Whitney. Over to you, Deboreta.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I am Deboreta Roy Chaudhary, currently working as Director Legal and Tax, Regulatory Affairs and Company Secretary of Nestle Bangladesh Limited. I've been working for this company for more than 27 years. It was, in fact, my first job. So, and in Bangladesh, counterfeit, whether local or cross-border parallel imports violating IP rights are a big issue. So being one of the worst sufferers in cross-border parallel imports, I am part of the various brand forum protection forums in Bangladesh. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to our first question. So let me ask you, what do you see as the biggest challenges for companies in tackling counterfeits online and offline? Starting from you, Whitney.
I think for offline, it's quite challenging to me, even though we have a full cooperation between the principal and Facebook or IG to take down the infringing page or content. But however, it's very difficult to stop the infringing website permanently, because we found many times today we can stop them, a day later it comes back again. In addition, in Thailand, we found many times that the right infringer very difficult, because most of the people who sell the counterfeit on the Facebook or Instagram are just a broker, which is not our target. So this is, I would say, this is our pain at the moment.
Okay, what's your thoughts, Philip, on it?
Yeah, a bit to leverage on what Vatini said. To me, there is a business for counterfeiters because there's also consumers. So in many parts of the world, there is a kind of social acceptance which got a bit exacerbated with the COVID pandemic as well, and also because of the economic crisis. People have this perception that it's a smart buy because it's cheaper, and so there is a lot of awareness to do on that front. Then the other point, which Vatini also touched upon, is that we have with the online world, it became a moving target. You arrest them here, there, there, and also the online made it an exponential phenomenon to tackle as well. I mean, we touched upon earlier today, but we have on average about 200 marketplace takedowns per day. So you have to equip yourself for that. So these are really the main challenges that I see.
Okay, over to you, Deborah. What do you think about it?
I think basically, Bangladesh is a developing country, so lots of regulations are not yet formed or framed. So I'm not in a similar position like Philip or say Whitney. So in Bangladesh, the biggest problem is now, that there's lack of regulations. like today, because of this COVID pandemic, there are 50,000, F-commerce evolved. There is no regulations how to control these people. They are bringing products from anywhere, everywhere. And since there is no regulations and nobody is catching this kind of people. So this is one of the biggest challenges from our side. So otherwise, I would say, since we are a developing country, uses of technology, how to identify those things. And also in Bangladesh, private investigation is not allowed in this kind of things. It's not very easy. Like if you have a counterfeit and then you deploy someone to investigate and find out. It's not so easy because it's only the law enforcement agency, and other than this, nobody can do this. So these are the biggest challenge for us. And from global context, what I see, there are a lot of global treaty, compact. So I think those are not properly enforced. So there are, if those are properly enforced, so the cross-border informations are shared, so then people could effectively fight this out. So as of now, this is my answer. Maybe I'll go to an I'll thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next question. That is, what strategies or investigate techniques should be built to reduce counterfeit products in the market? Starting from you, Philip.
Okay, maybe and to leverage on what Debabrata just outlined, I think public-private partnership can be a key. And it's true that myself, I'm covering Africa and Middle East. Too much countries have no regulation or weak regulation. If you think, for instance, goods in transit, most of the time not even tackle, so you can move goods around without any problem, and illicit goods in particularly. And then the other point in connection with this public-private partnership, and when I'm saying that is that we as brand owners, we have the expertise, but then we need the governments to regulate, and we need them also to enforce those regulations. And this is also a big challenge, which connects somewhat to the corruption issue, and which are critical. Then the other point is and I saw many speakers talking about it, is the use of technology in authentication that can help both the law enforcement authorities, but also the consumers, the end consumers, to identify if its product is good or not. So those are some of the elements that came to my mind.
Okay, thank you. Whitney, what do you think about it? What strategies or techniques would you use to reduce counterfeit in a product? Whitney, your mic is mute.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
To me now, for the upstream protection, I think the purpose is how to reduce the counterfeit in the market. For me, is two things in parallel. One is for the upstream protection, is to educate the consumer to understand how the quality of the genuine product and the quality of the counterfeit, which one is much better in terms of the product efficacy and delivery. For cosmetic product, it's very easy to do the brand awareness by giving the sampling to the consumer, because if consumer is been given with the freebie, and then they can test and understand and be able to distinguish between genuine and the counterfeit. And now we talk about downstream protection. Downstream protection, how to prevent the counterfeit into the market is, in certain market, we put the invisible tracker such as tamper evidence or hologram on the outer packaging. This is to prevent the infringer from unpacking the outer packaging and replace it with the counterfeit. And then we also educate the retailer or the pharmacist, as the case may be, how to distinguish between the counterfeit and genuine. Sometimes it's quite difficult. If you are surrounded by the counterfeit, you will not be able to distinguish until the principal like us conduct the brand awareness to them. The alternative choice sometimes I advise client as well that why don't we notify the retailer like hypermarket just to tell them that we have the IPR protection campaign. We keep monitoring any product that likely to infringe our product. And we would ask for cooperation not to sell any copycat, thing like that. That's the way I approach.
Okay, Deborah, what do you think? What's your thoughts?
As I told earlier, that actually my experience is more on cross-border parallel import violating IP rights, which we don't know whether it is counterfeit or not, mostly counterfeit. So here, actually, we have got some really unique strategy, and for the last 2-3 years, it's really going to get some very good results. So I can just tell you what strategy we have taken. Maybe that audience can take that in control. So now what we first did, we actually reviewed the laws, whether we can make this difficult by putting a stricter regulation so that they cannot import or they cannot do. So one of the biggest success from the industry, in our import policy order, we have been able to introduce one provision which says any product, if somebody imports in Bangladesh and which brand is registered in this country, this importer has to provide a IPR certificate from the exporting market. Okay, if the product is not genuine, he'll not be able to provide this. And last year we confiscated around 80 tons of goods, and because it's not only 80 tons. When we confiscated 80 tons of goods, it gave message to a lot of people that maybe this is an way that people cannot import, and maybe we get caught because of this. So our biggest problem was enforcement, and we actually we went there with the regulator, with the customs authority, so that they enforce the regulation. This is the first success, and I can tell you, I will not name our product, but we had a negative growth, and last year we had 54% growth on this product because of that success. So this is huge. This has been recognized by everybody across the world. Second point I want to say, apart from laws, we mentioned education. In Bangladesh, there's a general perception the consumers always feel that the products which are coming from abroad, that is better than the local product. So although they are getting the worst product, but they feel that since it is coming from abroad, this is maybe the best. So we have to educate them. So through different kind of education program, we have to educate, and not only them, to regulator also, because regulator also have the wrong perception. So, and through engagement, through understanding, if you can educate them, and it is a continuous process, then actually it also had a good impact. Then the other point what I want to say, I think a lot of you have talked about using technology and enabling consumers and regulator to use the technology. They are actually, we are much behind than the other countries, but this is coming up. Okay. The other, I think, successful point is that while we are educating the trade, that it is not right, and if you do these kind of penal measures are there, at the same time we have been able to convince the regulator to conduct mobile code drive regularly. So they visit the shop, and they identify then whatever money he's making in 1 month, and the entire amount is gone because of one penalty. So the approach at source, at importer stage, and at retailer stage, all this actually resulted in a message to all these syndicated people that maybe this counterfeit product or this IP right violated product is not good for us. Maybe we should go for something else. So this has been a good success for us. And as far as investigation is concerned, I must tell you that we, since regulations do not allow us, so it's completely informal in investigation. So we go to different regulators. The parallel importer or counterfeiter, they submit also document. So we informally collect those documents, and we, based on that, we build our case. And sometimes we also go to the high court, so that courts or regulators intervene, so that they do not get away without giving answer. So this gave huge success for us. So we are now following these things, and it has been now following by other companies also. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to our third question. So what tips and technique would you suggest that will help those in our audience who are being challenged by counterfeit? Starting from you, Deborah.
No, I already covered the first part. The tips is basically, If I just say bullet point, there are 5 points. One is you review your existing regulations and try to bring harder regulations so that it is difficult for them. Second one is that ensure enforcement. Third one is education, consumer, trade. Fourth one is enable using technology, and fifth one is initiate market level drive. So this is the tips. And technology wise, if I talk about technology, you have to follow the supply chain. If you just follow the supply chain, then you will find out the clue. And if you just then use your technology in the supply chain, then definitely you can have. And considering Bangladesh is a huge challenge because we don't have any formal investigation, so we have different brand forums. There we exchange information, we exchange knowledge, and we exchange also common strategy, which is not confidential. That way, it brought us a good success. So that's what I can give you as a tips. Thank you.
Okay, Whitney, what do you think? What tips or techniques you
I think
suggest?
it's quite the same. Actually, Deborah already covered. It's about well-prepared education, brand awareness. And the other thing, I think when any principal has faced with the counterfeit, I think they have to prepare in terms of the evidence, and also think about if it is pharmaceutical product, you think about whether you can notify authority like FDA. Perhaps we can utilize the authorities' power to conduct the raid. And the penalty of the counterfeit that is very severe, comparing to other general unharmful products that I can think of.
Okay, thank you. Philip, what do you think about it?
I enjoyed the enthusiasm of for the panelists on the topics, and maybe a few points that I could consider in trying to complement rather than repeat. On the supply chain control that Deborah talked about it, I see also one topic which is also important that we face is to control what he mentioned as the upstream, i.e. your suppliers to make your products. We've been faced with several instances where some of our suppliers got involved in counterfeiting our products. So obviously there we have extremely strict agreements in place and extremely strict measures to terminate them immediately if something like that happened. And that goes also upstreams with our trade, which are then selling our products, where we do recurrent site visits, monitor them closely, look at who are the owners and so on, to also prevent that in our own supply chain of the distribution of our product that it's as clean as possible, knowing that in some of the African environment, this can be a real challenge. Then obviously, another tip is try to build as much as you can internal capacity, if permissible by law. Try to see if you can recruit an investigative consultant, work closely with law enforcement authorities, as we said. Another aspect is to ensure that you protect your brands as well as possible. So register and maintain all your trademarks, your design, your patents, and other IP rights, so that if and when an issue occurs, you'll have all the legal rights to defend yourself and to go after those counterfeiters. And then we discuss a lot about raising awareness, and that's valid for the consumers, for the business partners, but also for the regulators, as my esteemed panelist also expressed.
I just want to echo what Philip has said. If you want to commercialize the product in certain country, and if you have not prepped yourself well enough in terms of the IPR registration, it's come to me in my experience as well. We will have to export the product in some country where our trademark has already been taken. So it's very funny though that you cannot sell your product and you have to revise your mark to be something else, and you lost your genetic of the product. Because brand is come with the genetic and the credibility as well.
Okay, moving on to our fourth question. If we talk about companies and brands are often challenged by budgetary constraint in implementing most effective anti-counterfeit campaigns. So what advice do you have for them in managing this issue? Starting from you, Whitney.
I think many of us has been asked many times by the client that I want to stop. You know, you just, you know, confiscate the counterfeit. And I always have to clarify two factors. I look into three factors. One is the amount of the counterfeit, whether it's small or large, and the case whether it's clear-cut enough, whether it's actually violating our rights, and also who is the infringer. If the amount is very small, is the case very ambiguous, just like, you know, passing off, for example, and if the infringer is a corporate. Three things in parallel, I would suggest that, you know, you should not go to police raid. Police raid is about, you know, conducting the police and raid all the infringing product in the market, because it's come along with the cost and expense as well. I always recommend them to send a cease and desist letter. And if the case is very ambiguous, I would just send the neutral letter to inform them that we are regularly monitoring all the illegitimate product that we found is infringe our right. Then we will not hesitate to take action to them. These three things factors that I always.
Okay, Deborah, what do you think about it? Or what advice do you give?
No, I will basically, I will echo with Whitney. But with that, I would like to actually put some perspective here, basically, whether it's a budgetary problem or not, actually, it depends how do you see the problem. If you see that protecting profitability is my first priority, then maybe you can see this as a problem. Okay, but if you see, that my consumer is my first priority, and there is consumer out there who is unprotected, and there may have been, that they are getting unsafe product, counterfeit product. So that way, that there's a responsibility from my side. Similarly, when your product is identified as counterfeit and you are not doing anything, and consumer is moving from this brand to another brand, then what will happen to your business? What responsibility you have to your shareholders? So considering with this both the aspect, I would say that if you take these two aspects your best priority, then taking decision should not be a big question. Today, if I give you another perspective, every country is now going for COVID vaccination, isn't it? Every country. People are struggling, but countries are struggling, but they are going for at their best to get the COVID vaccination. And can they say that I don't have budget, that's why I cannot give the COVID vaccination? Because this is a priority. And then how they are doing, even if they don't have money, they're borrowing this so that they can get the vaccination for all the people. So that way we have to think that what is my priority, what is the impact, what is the gravity, as Whitney mentioned, and based on that we take the call. But it should not always be based on the budget,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, Philip, what do you think?
Yeah, it's very much in line. I mean, some people inside our company sees us as a cost center. I like to describe us as a profit center. And the reason is to make an analogy of Deborah Bhatta was telling, you can see the cost of vaccination, but you can also see the cost of not vaccinating, and then make the differential. And I think we also try to monetize every seizure and every success that we have in terms of by preventing those goods to reach the market, we actually recoup a certain volume and a certain amount of money, and we aggregate that on a yearly basis to show also the impact. And we have several other KPIs that we try to monitor to really show the impact of our activities, because it's true that with COVID and all what's happening, there was a tendency to look at any cost. And brand protection is very important for the company image, for the consumer protection. So this should not be a questionable item, I would say.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to our final question. That is, what do you What do each of you think is the one thing required to truly hurt bad actors and put a real dent in their activities? Starting from you, Philip.
I think what I'm surprised, if you look at the worldwide impact of the illicit trade, it's huge. And so many countries are dying to have more means for their own development and growth. So I'm always surprised that it's not a global priority and that it's not really properly tackled. And too many governments hesitate to address the informal trade, for instance, because they think it's a way to give jobs to the poor. But it's a very vicious circle, because if so long you leave the informal trade, you don't give to anybody the opportunity to have a proper, decent job with proper, decent working condition. And so you get in this spiral effect. And then obviously all this illicit trade has also cripple consequences on the sustainable growth. And so I think there should be really across an international mobilization, and also where Western countries could support also low and middle income countries with technology, with capability building, and so on, to really foster this fight against illicit trade.
Okay, thank you. Deborah, what do you think?
I will put it into twofold, one is macro and one is micro.
Okay.
From macro aspect, I fully echo with Philip. There should be a strong commitment. I think that is lacking. So, where this money is spent, we know that all these drugs and illicit illegal activities are being done because of this informal money. So if we don't take enough give enough importance to the issue, then actually we are actually missing the plane. So this is one aspect. And micro aspect, actually this is actually coming from my personal experience today. In Bangladesh, if I had the information, so this is one single point, information, then actually I could today, whatever action I could take, it could manifold, I could increase this. Today I am lacking information. So who is exporting, who is the seller, who is manufacturer, who is importer, what is the channel. Then if I have all this information, then actually I can take some very sizable action. But today this is not there with me. I don't know what is there in with Philip's case or Whitney case. But for me, this is a big gap. And if I had this, maybe I could do big impact. So thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Whitney, what do you think?
What I think is from your question that what the first thing I think is to hurt them, and to put real dent in that activity is to conduct legal action against them. In Thailand, is unlike other countries, IPR infringement is crime. So when we talk about the criminal action, it means that all of them will be under arrest and all the counterfeit product will be confiscated. That's the thing that I can think of if I want to truly hurt them.
Okay, thank you. So that has been really informative, and it has been great to have such a varied panel that has come at this subject from their own perspective. Thank you so much. I really enjoy interacting with you and having this panel discussion. Thank you so much for attending this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Deborah and Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vit.
As at the opening session, I said that I hope we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt to further improve our work in this important area. I know that there have been many interesting and useful presentations at this conference, both in plenary session and in the interactive session. I believe many good experiences have been shared and good lessons learned. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor partners, Apira Soul, Mosaic, and Authentics, who added to the conference experience. On On behalf of Platinum Global Solution, I would like to thank all the stakeholders, including speakers, delegates, and our wonderful management team, without whom this conference would not have been possible. Let me end this conference by wishing you all the best of your health and best of luck for future. Thank you so much for attending this conference. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.